spirit at the highest. Do it, I will. Do it, I will. If they don't believe me, then you betcha I will. If they don't believe me, then you betcha I will. Better big up, like what I betcha I chill.
Let's go. My team is okay for championship, but what I would like to get is a new centre back. I'll have my phone with me. I think we'll have a look at centre backs. We'll go for him. Go for Ampedu. And we'll go for... what's his name? Bad. Because our main problem is our centre back. Because Hobbs is good, and we do have Zuma. Let's see how we can do with contracts. Burnaby. I made a mistake. Okay, nice and easy. We'll use him. I made a mistake. Need to get all my good players up for contracts. I need 5 years with this guy. You know what? That's fair. We'll use our full strength team just to see, because Robbie Brady's going to be my new left back. Because I know he can play left back.
Well, this is the setting for our featured match today. Welcome to you. Alan Smith has joined me, Martin Tyler, in the commentary position. Our football today comes from the European International Cup first group stage game. Bolton
Let's go.
Wanderers against Willem II.
Yeah, hi Martin. Really looking forward to this.
We're going to be having a challenge.
Has changed so much over the years. You can't get fit out of the limelight, in the shadows anymore. Huge events, televised matches, and you got to hit the ground running.
Saw the pass and dealt with it. Let's have a look at the way Bolton Wanderers are going to play today with these players. 4-3-3, and they've got natural wide players in that front three with a central striker.
I think that's the key, because those lads on the flanks, it's quite a complicated job actually, because they've got to come inside, support the centre forward, and they've also got to funnel back when they haven't got the ball, so an onus on them.
Lewis. They spread it out wide here. Chance to get some width into this attack.
Offside.
That's offside. Referee is
Great work, team.
play as soon as the flag went up. Excellent movement to get the pass and stay onside. Now he wants to take them on. Cleared the ball. He's chosen to cut it back now.
Yes, Gomez.
And he's opened the scoring with a fine finish here early on.
Well, it was a decent move, and to get some space in a crowded penalty area.
So Bolton Wanderers are in front here. They can spread the play now. Well defended, not just getting across, he thought quickly as well. Brady. Going forward well. Loses possession. Well, they're trying to put some pressure on him now, the attackers. It's really interesting, Alan, to see these pre-season tournaments, and we're in the early stages of this one here in Europe, of course, as to which players maybe be a little bit fitter than the others. And surely, well taken goal, and a good possession for them now. Now they're two.
It's sad that my best player is
Well, scoring in any game is worthy of celebration. When you get two, it is special. He is feeling that special delight at the moment. Just widen the margin here to 2-0. Made sure the pass wasn't completed. Brady. Robbie Brady. Decision is a throw. It's a fair tackle. Found good room out here. And the ball's got away from him. Gomez. A real opening for him. Not really tested the goalkeeper, but sometimes it can look a bit too easy. He made sure he made the save competently.
Yeah, he did, and he doesn't make too many mistakes, this lad.
He went in well. Lost the ball. The opposition read the back heel. Lewis. Low. Able to intercept here. Referee has blown and he's given the free kick.
Spurs are in talks for Bale. Bayern switch defensive targets. Strikers are in demand. A new Champions League could be headed for America. And a transfer roundup all coming up in the next few minutes. As I'm your host, Matt Foley. You are the One Footballers, and this is the Daily News. First off, fan, could we see Gareth Bale back at Tottenham Hotspur? It's been almost 7 years since the Welshman left White Hart Lane for the Bernabeu. But according to several Spanish football experts, few representatives from Real Madrid have been in London for talks with Daniel Levy about a potential return. Now, we've all heard these rumours before. They've been flying around for the last years that not only Bale will leave Real Madrid, but they'll come back to Spurs. Obviously, the likes of Manchester United have been in the mix as well.
Save Joe.
To China last summer with Florentino Perez blocked right at the 11th hour. This time, though, it looks like it may be a little bit more serious. Not serious enough for Bale to actually move, but whatever's between an actual transfer and a complete bullshit rumour. Basically, Bale hasn't really started much this season. He's always injured or really not in favour. And especially with their recent signing of Reinier Jesus, it's clear that Real Madrid are definitely looking to the future. Martin Odegaard's going to come back from loan. Vinicius Junior, Rodrigo doing the business up front. They've still got Karim Benzema. Luka Jovic is in the squad still as well. Eden Hazard's only just joined the club. Real Madrid are full of young, brilliant attackers. Maybe take Benzema out of that. But it looks like there may not be a future, certainly not a long future, for Bale at the club. So would he actually do good by returning to Spurs? Yes, it's probably not what Spurs want, an overpaid, injury-prone player on their list, but the quality that Gareth Bale can bring and the match-winning player that he is, Spurs could definitely do with him at the moment, especially with Harry Kane out injured, probably until the end of the season. But moving on and to Bayern Munich now, and actually talking of Real Madrid letting players go, their fullback Alvaro Odriozola could be on his way to Bayern Munich. This is because basically they've been linked with every single fullback under the sun, and it's clear that they still want defensive cover because of the injuries that they've had. Hernandez is back in training, but they still want someone down that right-hand side, probably with a view to switching Kimmich into midfield on a more permanent basis. Last week it was Thomas Meunier and Nelson Semedo, and now this week it's João Cancelo, which they've been told won't be leaving Manchester City, and now, as we mentioned, Odriozola from Real Madrid. Like I spoke about before, there are a wealth of players at Real Madrid. It looks like the fullback is one of those who won't exactly be bursting into the first team anytime soon. A big permanent deal could be good for Bayern Munich, but it's thought they'll want a loan with an option to buy. Within Spain, both Athletic Bilbao and Sevilla have also made contact with Real Madrid and apparently are close to submitting formal offers for the defender. So if you can't really see that one happening, one that I think you may, and I certainly do, is that strikers are going to be on the move because they're in such high demand. If you look at Spurs without Harry Kane, Marcus Rashford's injured for Manchester United, Luis Suarez is injured for Barcelona. Goals win football matches. Strikers are a rare commodity at the best of times, so getting a good one in, well, there's going to be a few knocking about, and I think that there might be a deal or two to be done in the January transfer window. Of course, when a selling club knows that a buying club is in need of a striker, they'll up the price, but I think the likes of Chicho Fionte could be available for a pretty good price, around 28 to 30 million. Paco Alcacer is going to leave Dortmund after Erling Haaland came in for around 40 million euros. The deals are there to be done, but I want to know from you guys, who do you think is the best option, the best striking option to be signed in the January transfer window? Maybe you think Edinson Cavani is worth it, even if it's just for 6 months. Let me know your thoughts down below on the best striker available in the January transfer window. But next up, I'm moving to some pretty shocking news. Well, I say shocking, it's just the way that football is going these days. Stephen Ross, the billionaire and owner of the Miami Dolphins in the NFL in America, apparently flew into Paris yesterday to hold talks with several major European clubs, as well as UEFA, about bringing a Champions League-style competition to the United States during the summer months. Now, he's currently the guy who is investing in the International Champions Cup. We all know it's a pretty big deal in the summer as it pits some of the biggest teams in Europe against each other. But the problem is, European teams still treat it as a pre-season tour. Of course they do. They give youth players the chance to shine, they give minutes to players returning from injury, there's obviously gaining fitness in the pre-season, and they don't always feel obliged to play the best players that the fans are there to see. And this, in my opinion, is completely correct. We already know that players play an insane amount of matches per season. Pep Guardiola spoke about it in England about scrapping the League Cup altogether. And the last thing they need is to go and be forced to be competitive in another Champions League-style tournament in the summer months as well. I mean, every other year, most of them don't get a break because there's Euros or there's World Cup, or there's also other competitions like the Copa America and the African Cup of Nations as we saw in the summer, although next year that's been moved to January. Anyway, that's a different story. The fact that they're trying to force competition and force these players into pretty much playing all year round just so the clubs can make a bit more money, that's pretty ridiculous to me. To Stephen Ross and to anyone in America who's thinking of bringing the whole of Europe over for a summer tournament, why don't you invest some more money in your own soccer, and maybe the MLS and America can start to bring through some really exciting talents that will raise the whole level of the game and bring bigger crowds in, rather than going to pay for overseas players, which, as you can see, football fans' reaction online isn't exactly preferred. So last but not least, we come to a quick roundup of the rest of the day's transfer news, where Aston Villa paid 10 million to Genk for their forward Mwana Samatta. Inter Milan sporting director has said that an agreement has been put in place for Victor Moses to join the club on loan from Chelsea. Also interested in Olympiacos winger Daniel Podence, and Jack O'Connell, the Sheffield United centre-back, is seen as the next first centre-half as Daniel Levy looks elsewhere for defensive targets. So that's all from me today. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. Whilst you're down there, smash the like button and click here or here to check out all of the other videos we've got going on One Football. But until next time, I'll see you guys later.
He has cleared it well. Can go in from here. Looked very good indeed, but the move has broken down. Lewis. And now a throw-in. He's got options on the bench, of course. In he went to win the ball, but the result is a throw. Intercept. Good hit. Substitution about to happen. Continue to knock the ball around, looking for the opening. Room for the cross. Well, it was the final ball to set up the chance. It would have been, but for the interception. But he's better than that. It's a poor pass. 20 minutes to go. It's a very good interception. Good interception there. Good vision. Half a chance for the shot now. It looked a certain goal until the defender managed to get some contact.
That's just instinct, but that is top defending.
Saw it coming, cut it out, good work. Made a quick interception. He's pointed for the free kick. And the manager, Alan, is making this change here. Substitution will take place.
Wonderful to watch. He took those 2 goals superbly well. This lad tends to put a bit of whip on these free kicks. Needs it here.
And this will be a goal kick. What's gone wrong with it? He looks off the pace.
The opposition must be absolutely delighted. They'll be hoping to restrict him to as few touches as he's seen so far.
Hey everyone, welcome to Harry Potter Theory. In this video, I'm going to be addressing a question that was requested in the comments
to come up
section
now
quite a bit,
after
and that
the ball's
is,
gone out.
was Voldemort able to produce a
He's
Patronus?
pressed in there to running
This
the
is a
ball
good
out of
question,
play.
because even though Voldemort was immensely powerful, he
Now
wasn't
the countdown
necessarily
is
able
to
to
10
perform
minutes
every trick
left.
of magic. In order to delve into this further, I'm first going to explain what a Patronus is. In essence, a Patronus is a result of which or wizard's casting a Patronus charm. There are two types of Patronus charms, corporeal and incorporeal Patronuses. The more basic form of the spell is the incorporeal Patronus.
Able to intercept here.
Hello. Oh, bro, thank you, man. Thank you.
Gives it away.
How was your trip?
Yeah, fine.
I see mints. Is a burger night? I see mints.
Goal kick to come.
Okay.
It's the best part of being a football supporter, those last few minutes when you know your team is going to win.
Yeah, these occasions when you're confident that your team are going to win through, you can sing your songs and just enjoy the whole experience.
While casting spells to create your very own spirit animal is fun, there is purpose, and that purpose is to ward off dementors or letterfolds, dark creatures that feed on human happiness and excite the feeling of
anticipated the direction of the pass and was able to intervene.
They are among the powerless creatures around.
Now he wants to take them on.
The darkness, depression, and decay. The Patronus
now they can swing into attack, and he's got some help. Oh, he spotted the pass and cut it out.
Where?
Looking for goal now. The referee has blown, and he's given the free kick.
Happiness, survival, and purity. As the Patronus itself does not feel despair or hopelessness, as a human might, the Dementors can't hurt him.
He's got possession back for his team.
This brings him to Bolton. Surely a wizard as powerful as him, with seemingly endless
going forward well.
abilities, was able to conjure a Patronus.
Great chance! Slipping it through. Here's the chance. The ball's loose. Goalkeeper made the save, but he couldn't hold it.
The successful casting of Patronus.
Now he's got the ball. What's he going to do with it?
But also love, compassion, things that he has no concept of. Voldemort is just as dark and evil as a Dementor. So it makes.
Well, he seemed to see a pass there that none of us could see from where we're commentating from. The whistle's gone for the last time today. Great day for them to win the game and keep the opposition out.
Yeah, job done, wasn't it? The opposition weren't at their best today, but you still have to beat them.
Well, undoubtedly, he was the star man today.
Well, so often we think of his creative abilities, but a couple of goals here won the match for his team.
Chosen to cut it back now, and he's opened the scoring with a fine finish here early on.
Here at the 1933 Furniture Company, see yourself exactly where you want to be. Right at home with sofas by Natuzzi, Alexander and James, Tetrad and more.
If we win this match, I'll let all my youngsters have a go. Well, other than my two wingers.
That reflects exactly who you are. And relaxing in pure luxury. Because good furniture is hard to find. The 1933 Furniture Company, Navan.
It's your friend's birthday.
How do you find the perfect gift? Download the Amazon app and let it find you. How about that fantastic book you've been reading? Just scan it, with one click, and you can get regular delivery updates. The Amazon app. What are you looking for?
Excitement here in Amsterdam at the Johan Cruyff Arena. I'm Derek Ray, joined here in the commentary position as always by
pretty much anyone that's read the Harry Potter books or seen the
from the
movies
pre-season
they could go to
second group
Hogwarts.
stage.
It's a magical place and one of the most intriguing parts of the series. But how did it form? When did it form? Who formed it? I'm going to answer all of these questions and explain to you the four founders of Hogwarts.
Let's not forget there's silverware to be won. A cup's at the end of this.
Not looking confident in possession.
Hogwarts was founded in 990 AD by four people.
We need the money.
Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin.
Variation on the usual theme.
Powerful and respected wizards of their time, and they were all good friends.
Right behind it.
Godric
The only
Gryffindor
way
was
you can
known
score
for being
there
the best
goes either
ruler
side
of
of the
his
keeper.
time. Salazar Slytherin was known for being a parcel master.
Always difficult to predict in
His
advance who might
Hufflepuff
decide
was
a game,
particularly
but
gifted
you
in
could make a
food
strong
spells,
case
and
for
Rowena and
this
Helga
man.
were the closest
Lee,
of the four.
what are you anticipating
The school
seeing
they
from
decided
him?
to create
Well,
was
he's
in
had
a
his
castle
goals to his
somewhere in the
wizardry.
Highlands of
Will he get
Scotland.
another goal
It's a
today?
popular
Brace in his
historical
last
theory
match.
that the location and name of the school were
And that's
chosen
an
by
important
Rowena Ravenclaw, who
intervention.
dreamt that a warty hog was leading her to a cliff by a lake, where the school would later be located.
Well, they get
It's
high
also
marks for
thought
that
that
move,
Ravenclaw
but they
came up with the
couldn't make it
ever-changing
count.
floor plan. The school had a huge property with sloping lawns, a huge lake, and a
Tremendous
giant
ball
It was
played
off,
through.
no, it was not. What a ball!
filled with many different magical creatures.
But he passes across for Pat!
Impossible for any muggle to see. And thanks to the charms, all that the muggles would see were ruins and several warning signs of danger. They also made it so witches and wizards could not operate or disoperate, meaning magically appear or disappear somewhere in the Hogwarts grounds. The school was built in a time where magic was feared by the common people, and witches and wizards suffered much persecution, which might have influenced all the protective charms that the four founders put on the school. They created many subjects for the school, some of which included astronomy, charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, history of magic, potions,
Well, I'm hearing there's been a goal
muggle
in one of
studies,
the other
charismatical
games. Alan
creatures,
McAnally
and
can
many,
fill us
many
in.
more.
It's a goal for the
Hufflepuff
whole
had a
team.
gift for
30
food-related
minutes
charms,
played.
and the
1-0.
recipes that she
Cheers again,
created
Alan.
are still used as the basis of recipes even in Harry's time at Hogwarts. Hufflepuff was also
Well, the
the one
fans
who
enjoyed
arranged
that
for
pass.
house elves to be the cooks for the school. She thought it would be a good way to make sure that they weren't mistreated
It
or
might be.
abused, which in that time
Well,
period,
what an
house elves were
opportunity,
especially
but really
mistreated.
good defending,
The
you've
four
got to
founders
say.
decided to have 4 houses, and each one of the 4 houses was named after one of them.
He's
And each
protecting it
wanted
well.
a certain selection of students for their own house. Gryffindor wanted his students to be brave, daring, have nerve, courage, and chivalry. The
And
coat
good
of arms
thinking
that
to
he chose
react to
was
the
a lion,
situation
which
and
definitely
concede
went
the
along
throw.
with the bravery trait that he was so keen on.
That's the kind of
Hufflepuff wanted
shielding
her
play
students
you
to be the
expect
most
from him.
loyal, patient, and honest. But while the other houses had high standards,
Top-notch tackle.
she took on the students that both matched her requirements, along with those who didn't fit the others' requirements. So essentially, she took the students that no one wanted. This made the school a better place
Well, let's
because
get
she brought people
details
from
of a
different
goal that's been
backgrounds
scored
together.
in one of the
She
other
chose the
games
Badger
from
as her
Alan
coat of
McAnally.
arms.
It's a goal for the
Ravenclaw wanted her
visitors.
students to be
20
the most
minutes played,
intelligent,
1-1.
have the most
Alan
wit,
McAnally with his
cleverness,
finger on the
creativity,
pulse.
and wisdom. The coat of arms that she chose was an eagle. And finally, Slytherin wanted his students to have the
Failed
most
to keep hold of
ambition,
it.
be the most cunning, determined, resourceful, and most of all, he wanted them to have
It's
good
all
blood
about
purity,
translating
meaning he
threats
preferred pure
into
blood.
goals.
The child born from 2 wizards. The coat of arms he chose was a snake to go along with his rare ability to speak to them. Each house had their own common room. Gryffindor's was on the 7th floor, hidden behind the portrait of the Fat Lady. To get in, you give a password to the Fat Lady. Hufflepuff's common room is near the
That's
kitchen.
very good
And
refereeing
to get
to
in, you
let
have to
the
tap
play
a
flow.
fake barrel in the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw's common room was located on one of the highest towers of Hogwarts. And to get in, you must answer a riddle given to you by an eagle door knocker. Slytherin's common room is located in the dungeons, underneath the black
Genuinely
maze,
thought they
and is
might
hidden
cash in
behind
on
a
that
stone
occasion,
wall.
but
And to
haven't
get
been
in,
able to
you
do
need
so.
a password, just like
A
Gryffindor.
very good tackle.
After many years of the 4 founders
Impressed
choosing their
hard.
students, they weren't sure how they were going to sort the students once they were gone. To solve this, Gryffindor took off his hat, and all 4 of them enchanted it, so it could sort students long after their death.
Will it be?
And they named it the Sorting Hat. Everything went very well
but he
for the
must
school in
clear
the
it
early
away.
years, but eventually tension began to grow between the 4 founders.
It's a short
This
one.
is because Slytherin despised taking
Cross-fired
students from
over.
Muggle-born
My
families.
goodness,
He said that
that
he would
save.
not have them
Fully
at their
stretched
school.
he was.
He tried to
One
persuade
for
the
his
others
own
to only take
highlights
students
reel.
from pureblood families. The other founders didn't agree with this, especially Gryffindor, who was the most in favor of allowing Muggle-born students in their school. Slytherin and Gryffindor had a huge argument, and there may have even been a duel between the two, along with a civil war between the houses. Afterwards, Slytherin chose to leave the school, but he had a secret up his sleeve. And that secret would ensure the others' decision to allow Muggle-born students into the school to backfire on them. Slytherin built a secret chamber underneath the school, which was unknown to the other founders. The entrance was located in a girl's bathroom, and the chamber contained a basilisk, which is a type of snake that has one of the longest lifespans on Earth. A basilisk can kill just from looking someone in the eye. Other than Slytherin himself, the only person that could awake the beast was his true heir, and that heir would release the basilisk many years later and purge the school of all Muggle-borns. Eventually, in 1943, Tom Riddle or Lord Voldemort, Salazar Slytherin's true heir, would release the beast and would kill a Muggle-born girl named Myrtle. Years later, Tom ensured that he'd be able to open the chamber again.
On the wing.
I would be able to lead another to finish Salazar Slytherin's noble work.
It didn't kill anyone that time around, but it did petrify several students and scared the entire school, something I think that Salazar Slytherin would have been proud of. Each founder left behind a relic that they used during their life. Dr. Gryffindor's goblin-made sword was kept as his relic after his death.
And just what they deserve.
It would take a true Gryffindor to pull that out of there.
The relic was extra special because it had a bond to the sorting hat, which, as I mentioned earlier, was also made by Godric Gryffindor. Whenever a true Gryffindor needs the sword, it will present itself to that person through the sorting hat. Hufflepuff left behind a small golden cup with a badger engraved on it, the same symbol as Hufflepuff's house. Rowena Ravenclaw's relic was a diadem. It was said to have special powers, which would enhance the wisdom of the wearer. And finally, Salazar Slytherin left behind a locket that was emblazoned with the letter S. Later in Rowena Ravenclaw's life, she had a daughter named Helena, who Rowena taught herself at Hogwarts. Helena was jealous of her mother's famous intellect, so she stole the diadem from her, hoping to use its powers to enhance her wisdom. Rowena was ashamed of her daughter's treason, and hid her betrayal from everyone, even the other three founders. Helena fell in love with the Baron, and when her mother fell fatally ill, Rowena asked the Baron to go find her daughter, so she could see her daughter one last time before she died, and pretend like the whole betrayal never happened, and have one last moment.
Teammate in support.
The Baron killed Helena in a fit of rage when Helena refused to come with him, and Rowena was never able to see her daughter again, and they were never able to put their feud behind them. Some people think that Rowena's broken heart over her daughter led to her early demise. She was the first of the founders to die. It's unknown how or when the rest of the founders died, but it is known that they left behind one of the greatest legacies in magical history. Their school would help shape some of the most well-known and successful wizards and witches, ensuring a bright future for the wizarding world and all its time to come.
Extremely slowly in possession. Illegal play, and hence a free kick. The referee has deemed that to be a bookable offence.
Absolutely, agree with that one.
Yeah.
Possession changes hands, the interception there. And the managers will now deliver their half-time.
There's a storm coming, Harry. We'd all best be ready when she does.
Azkaban Prison is probably the most detailed location in the Harry Potter series that was never once seen in the books. Rowling later released a lot of detail on its origin and how it came to be. While developing the prison, she said that she derived the name Azkaban from a mixture of the real-life prison Alcatraz and Abaddon, which is a Hebrew word meaning place of destruction or depths of hell. Alcatraz also bears a close resemblance to Azkaban, as both are on an island, and both are known to be ruthless facilities. In this video, I'm going to explain the origin of Azkaban Prison. Azkaban was created in the 15th century, but was not originally a prison. It was most likely created by a little-known sorcerer named Excrestus. It's not confirmed that he was the one to build it, but it is known that he was the first one to ever inhabit it. Its location has never been seen on a map by muggles or wizards.
Well, Derek, he's had all the eyes of the world on him for a while now, but he seems to be able to cope with the pressure. Still learning, still understanding the game. He's got a bright future for sure.
Muggle sailors for pleasure. He added concealment charms around the fortress so that the Ministry could not find it. But when he died, those charms faded away, and the Ministry discovered both the island and the fortress. Those who entered to investigate refused to talk about what they had seen inside. The reason for this was not the prison itself, but what was was inside it.
Dementors. Well, he's tearing this defense apart.
They will not distinguish between the one they hunt and the one who gets in their way. It is not in the nature of a Dementor to be forgiving.
They infested the entire fortress. The very walls of the building gave off misery and pain thanks to these creatures. Many people higher up in the wizarding world thought that it was an evil place that should be destroyed, but some worried of what would happen to the Dementors after their home was taken from them. The creatures were incredibly strong and impossible to kill, and many feared that they would take revenge. Experts that studied buildings built with dark magic said that nothing but disaster would come of destroying the fortress. It was therefore left abandoned for many years and remained the home of the continually breeding Dementors. At the time, the Ministry had small wizarding prisons scattered across the country, but when the International Statute of Secrecy was imposed, these scattered prisons posed a security risk. This was especially true when witches and wizards would try to break out, causing loud bangs, smells, and light shows that easily attracted unwanted Muggle attention. Around that time, they started developing a new prison facility. Damclis Roll became Minister for Magic. He had risen to power with an anti-Muggle agenda, capitalizing on the wizarding community's anger being forced underground. Sadistic by nature, Roll scrapped the plans for the new prison at once and insisted on using Azkaban as the new prison. He said that the Dementors could be a tool for the Ministry and that they could be harnessed as guards. He said that this would save the Ministry a lot of time and money by not having to hire human guards or having to build a new facility. Many experts on both Dementors and buildings built with dark magic disagreed with his decision, but Roll carried out his plan anyway. The Minister for Magic that followed Roll was also pro-Azkaban. Eldridge Diggory took office after him, whose fun fact is most likely related to Cedric and his father, Amos Diggory.
Stuffing and rat must be Cedric, am I right?
By the time Eldridge Diggory had taken over, the prison had been there for 15 years and had no breakouts and no security breaches. Diggory went to see the prison for himself. He was appalled at the conditions. Most prisoners had gone insane, and they had built a huge graveyard to accommodate those that had died of despair because of the Dementors. Diggory tried to explore other options for imprisonment besides Azkaban, or at least get rid of the Dementors. Experts told him, however, that the only reason Dementors were staying at Azkaban was because they were giving them constant supply of souls to feed on. They said if he stopped giving them prisoners, they would leave Azkaban and go out to the mainland. And the innocent. Diggory, still horrified by what he had seen, told the committee to find alternatives, but before they could reach a decision, Diggory died of dragonpox. Hephaestus Gore took office after him, and he reversed everything that Diggory had said. He renovated and reinforced the prison to make it even harder to break out. No minister after that considered closing or changing Azkaban after Gore. It had worked for many years with no breaches and no escapes. Anyone that questioned the moral grounds of the prison would be shut down, justifying the prison based on its perfect record of keeping prisoners locked up. However, that perfect track record was broken 3 centuries later when Barty Crouch Jr. was smuggled out of prison. Barty Crouch Sr. and his dying wife went into Azkaban to visit their son. Barty Crouch Jr. and his mother then switched places. The Dementors, being blind, couldn't see the switch, but could only sense one dying person coming in, his mother, and one dying person coming out, Barty Crouch Jr. The second person to escape from the prison was Sirius Black. He managed to evade the Dementors by transforming into his animagus form, a dog. Dementors couldn't sense animals as well as they could sense humans. When the prison really failed, it was when Voldemort took over for the second time. All of the Dementors joined him at the start of the second Wizarding War. They left the prison to do Voldemort's bidding, as he promised them more souls to feed on. This allowed for 2 mass Death Eater breakouts.
That could be his final rebuke, I think, and the referee's making that absolutely clear.
I like that, Derek. Good refereeing. Nice and strong, told the player exactly what he was thinking.
After the Battle of Hogwarts, Kingsley Shacklebolt was made the new Minister for Magic, and he purged the prison of all Dementors. He made Horrors the new guards, and they rotated their ships from the prison to the mainland. This system worked well, as there had been no breakouts reported, and Shacklebolt's new system was instated. Thanks so much for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure you hit that subscribe button to help grow the channel. You can follow me on social media. Links are in the description. Brilliant.
Looks promising, this. And he was in the right place to intercept. Plenty of running room in the wide position. And space for the cross. Danger averted.
There are many Hogwarts heroes, but the one that I find most fascinating is the Grey Lady, aka Helena Ravenclaw. In this video, I'm going to explain the life of the Grey Lady, and on top of that, explain how to become a ghost in the wizarding world. I'm also going to throw in some of my own opinions and theories for certain parts of her life. So let's get started.
He has teammates to play it to. Going well.
Helena was born in the late 900s and was the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. She of course had a lot to live up to, as her mother was one of the most respected witches of all time. Her mom created Hogwarts sometime before Helena turned 11, with Gosser Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, and Salazar Slytherin. Each founder had their own house that favored the qualities that they found most important. For Rowena, it was wit, cleverness, and intellect. The qualities that she saw in herself. Because her mother was so busy with school, she didn't have much time to pay attention to Helena, which led to some resentment toward her mother. Rowena, along with the other founders, got a special item that meant something to them. Helena's mother had a diadem that made the wearer increase their intelligence, most likely enchanted by Rowena herself. Helena was one of the first generations to go to the newly founded school, and one of the few generations to be there when the 4 founders were actually running it themselves. She was, of course, sorted into Ravenclaw House, which came as no surprise to anyone. During her time at Hogwarts, she was taught by the 4 founders, including her mother, complicating the relationship even more by adding a teacher-student dynamic on top of everything else. While at school, she met a Slytherin student, the Baron, a boy known for his hot-headedness. He fell in love with Helena, but Helena did not share the feelings, rejecting him on multiple occasions. He continued to pursue her despite this. Helena always lived in her mother's shadow, and was always compared to her. She of course never lived up to the great witch that her mother was. This led to Helena doing something drastic, something that would help her become more clever and more important than her mother. She stole Rowena's diadem to increase her intellect. She then ran away from the school, from her mother, and from life as she knew it. She was ready to start a new life, a life where she would outshine her mother. Her mother never admitted that the diadem was gone, but pretended that she still had it. On top of that, she hid Helena's betrayal from everyone, even the other founders of Hogwarts. Her mother eventually fell fatally ill. Despite Helena's betrayal, Rowena still wanted to see her daughter one last time. She sent the Baron to find her, the man that even after all of these years, still loved her daughter. The Baron saw this as an opportunity to reunite with the love of his life. Helena's plans of a new life fell short of what she had expected. She had stayed hidden in a forest in Albania that would later be known as Scotland. While there, she was figuring out her plans when the Baron found her. Helena heard him coming and hastily hid the diadem in a hollow tree in the Albanian forest. The Baron told her to come with him, reaching out a hand to the woman that he loved, hopeful that she would reciprocate the feelings and take his hand. But Helena refused. The Baron got angry and did something that he would regret for the rest of his life. Furious of Helena's refusal, jealous of her freedom, he raised his knife and stabbed her in the chest. Blood spewed from Helena and got all over the Baron. He was a crazed maniac until he realized what he had done. The woman he loved lay dead in front of him, the blood on his hands. As he looked down at her lifeless body, he was overcome with remorse. He took the bloody knife that had claimed his love and used it to stab himself. The 2 lay next to each other, dead. Both Helena and the Baron chose to become ghosts when they died. But how do you become a ghost? According to Nearly Headless Nick, very few wizards choose this path. To become a ghost, wizards and witches leave an imprint of themselves upon the earth to walk palely where their living selves once trod. Nearly Headless Nick told Harry that the reason he stayed behind was because he feared death. Nick states, "I am neither here nor there," meaning he is neither dead or alive. He's not truly alive on Earth, as he chose a feeble imitation of life, nor does he know the secrets of the afterlife or what happens to you after you truly die. So why did Helena and the Baron choose this path? We don't know for sure, but I do have a theory. Rowling said that most witches and wizards that choose to do this often have unfinished business. I think that Helena's unfinished business was getting out of her mother's shadow and being known as her own person beyond her last name. She also wanted to outshine her mother. She knew that her mother didn't go this route. When she died, she died. But Helena wasn't done. She found a way to beat death, to stay alive, to live longer than her mother. This to her could be perceived as her being more clever than her mother, the thing that she always aspired to. First clinging to the diadem, and now clinging to life on Earth. This also gave her a chance to start a new life without her mother. It was like a second chance. But why did the Baron choose this path? Again, we don't know for sure, but my theory is that he chose this simply because Helena did. He wanted to be with the love of his life as long as possible. When he did this, however, he did not foresee how they would die, which pretty much ruined all of his plans for the future as a ghost. She and the Baron both became ghosts of Hogwarts, each getting a nickname. Helena was named the Grey Lady, and the Baron was named the Bloody Baron. This was because his clothes were stained with the blood from Helena's murder and his suicide. The Baron bound himself in chains as an act of penance, forever punishing himself for the biggest mistake of his life that haunts him every day. Helena became Ravenclaw's official ghost, and the Baron became Slytherin's official ghost. The two had little to no contact with one another. The Baron gave Helena space, knowing that he had lost her forever. Most everyone in the castle, for centuries to come, never knew how the two died, nor why the Baron was covered in blood. Nearly Headless Nick, when asked about why he was covered in blood, said in a fearful voice, "I never asked." Rowena's diadem was also lost. Helena was the only one who knew of its location, and it was deemed the lost diadem of Ravenclaw. As years passed, no one associated the Grey Lady with Helena Ravenclaw, and many forgot who she really was or knew of her ancestry. The only other person that knew was the Bloody Baron. I think it's safe to assume that she liked it better this way, because she was no longer compared to or in the shadow of her mother, which is all that she ever wanted, to be free of her last name. Being the ghost of Ravenclaw, many students...
I got 1.7 million first goalkeeper I won't need.
Lost diadem. Guilt swelled up inside her every time she was asked this. Despite that, however, she told them that she didn't know anything. As a ghost, Helena was known to be quiet to most of the school, but she often talked to Ravenclaw students. She was particularly useful if they were lost or if they misplaced something. In the 1940s, Helena was approached by a boy named Tom Riddle, who would later be known as Lord Voldemort. Riddle was an evil child, hell-bent on world domination, but more importantly, hell-bent on conquering death, past being a ghost. He planned to split his soul and create Horcruxes. Doing this meant that he could potentially live on forever. He was looking for objects that had great worth. One of the objects he wanted to pursue was Ravenclaw's diadem. When he approached Helena, he used his charm, flattering her and making it seem like he understood her and sympathized with her. He got her to reveal her true identity and her ancestry as the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw for the first time. He then got her to tell him where she left the diadem. Riddle was the only person that she had ever confided in. He eventually went to get the diadem when he finished school, and later brought it back to the castle. He hid it in the room of requirement, unbeknownst to Helena. Helena deeply regretted telling Riddle the location of the diadem, after finding out who he became and what he had done to it.
I know who he is! I know what he's done! He defiled it with dark magic!
Helena continued to be the quiet but helpful ghost to Ravenclaw students while at Hogwarts. One Halloween, about 50 years after her interaction with Riddle, she attended Nearly Headless Nick's 500th Death Day party. She, along with hundreds of other ghosts, enjoyed the party and the moldy food that they couldn't eat but could merely walk through to almost taste it. Helena attended Albus Dumbledore's funeral, along with the other Hogwarts ghosts. She and the others were barely visible in the bright sunlight, seen only when they moved, shimmering in the gleaming air. The following year, before the Battle of Hogwarts, Helena had a chance for redemption after allowing Riddle to defile the diadem. She talked to Harry, and he became the second person to find out who she really was, and to hear of what she had done with the diadem before she died. Harry used that information to find and destroy the Horcrux, along with the diadem, which crumbled to pieces in his hand after it was exposed to fiend fire. After the battle, Helena joined in the celebration of Voldemort's death. She was glad to see him go, after he had so evilly manipulated her, and after what he had done to her mother's diadem. Harry agreed not to reveal her true identity to anyone, and she continued her quiet, ghostly life as the Great Lady. Thank you so much for watching, guys. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that subscribe button to help grow the channel. You can follow me on social media, links are in the description, and look out for more great videos on the way.
Hey, McGee!
People say stuff sometimes, and you just want to explode.
You are good at this.
You just write the worst things ever, you know?
We're all so connected. but what we do with that connection matters.
Lovely stadium. Arthur Taylor here, along with Alan Smith, as usual. European International Cup football semi-final stage. It's Heracles against Bolton Wanderers.
Should be a good contest. Nice, full stadium. These supporters have seen some good football so far. I'm sure it's going to be the same today.
One of the most important topics students at Hogwarts have to study are goblins and the Goblin Rebellions. I briefly mentioned this in another one of my videos, and many of you asked me to explain it in more detail. Most of this information is scattered throughout many of J.K. Rowling's writings, and of course bits and pieces from the books. And I put it all together to make one cohesive story, which hopefully you guys find interesting. So in this video, I'm going to explain the history of goblins and everything you need to know about the Goblin Rebellions.
All good defenders in their own rights, but in front of them they've got players who are going to be working really hard. Whether they could be a on the front.
Let's start by going back to what led to the Goblin Rebellions and how the relationship of goblins and wizards became so bad. It actually dates all the way back to 900 AD with Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. At the time, a goblin named Ragnarok was the king of all goblins. As the king, he was the finest silversmith because in goblin culture, the ruler does not work less than others, but rather more and more skillfully. This made Ragnarok the best metalworker in the world, as the goblin species were the most skilled metalworkers, and he was the most skilled of all the goblins. Perhaps Ragnarok's finest work was Godric Gryffindor's sword. It was made to Godric's specifications, and it was Ragnarok's fashioned with pure silver, ruby encrusted, and was an unstoppable weapon. When it was finished, Ragnarok reluctantly gave it to Godric, but as soon as he did, he wanted it back. To get it back, he pretended that Gryffindor had stolen it from him, and Ragnarok sent his goblin minions to steal it back. Gryffindor defended himself with his wand, but did not kill his attackers. Instead, he sent them back to their king, bewitched to deliver a threat, saying that if he ever tried to steal from Gryffindor again, Gryffindor would use the sword to defeat them all. The Goblin King took the threat seriously and left Godric alone, but he remained resentful until he died. This tale became the foundation for the false legend of Gryffindor's theft that resided for many years, especially among goblins. This was the first thing that made goblins angry with wizards, as they believed that their past king had been robbed and threatened by one of the most noble wizards of all time. Following this, goblins further resented wizards for not sharing their secrets of wand lore. They felt that they shared their weapons and other metal workings with wizards, but wizards never returned the favor. Goblins could use magic without wands, but without a wand, their power was limited compared to what humans had. Goblins felt that they had been cheated one too many times by wizards, and they decided to take control of something that was vital to wizards and the entire wizarding world: money.
Turn legs, well done, Dante.
Originally founded by a goblin named Gringotts in 1474.
There are more than a few curious things in the vaults of Gringotts.
Not only did they control all of the money, but they made it too. They forged galleons, sickles, and knuts, each coin stamped with a serial number identifying the goblin who cast it. Despite this, they still did not get the respect that they felt they deserved when the Wizengamot was formed in 1544. The Wizengamot is Britain's high court of law and parliament for the wizarding community. Once again, the goblins and all other magical beings were left out, which infuriated the goblins even more. More and more tension built between wizards and goblins until all hell broke loose. The first Goblin Rebellion took place in 1612. The goblins, still upset about Gryffindor keeping the sword that Ragnarok had made, took the fight to his home turf. The huge battle took place in Hogsmeade, the village right next to Hogwarts, and where the Hogwarts Express would later stop a couple hundred years after that. The fight would later be described as bloody and vicious. Many of the wizards that fought back against the goblins were store and pub owners in the village. They used one of the inns in the village as the wizard headquarters during the course of the First Rebellion. The inn that they used was most likely the Three Broomsticks, as it was as old as Hogsmeade itself. The fight eventually stopped, and everything cooled down for a while. Everyone pretty much lost, and in the process, they caused a lot of damage to Hogsmeade Village. The goblins had gotten it out of their system. They fought back and stood up to wizards, something that they had not done since Ragnarok tried to stand up to Gryffindor almost 700 years before this. In 1707, the Ministry of Magic was formed, and in the atrium of the ministry, there was a fountain called the Fountain of Magical Brethren. It depicts a witch and a wizard above other creatures who are gazing up at them in awe. The creatures that look up to the human wizards include a centaur, a house elf, and of course, a goblin, once again showing that wizards believed that they were better and more important than goblins and other magical creatures.
Where did I put the charger?
The Ministry of Magic. a group of goblins called the Brotherhood of Goblins, or the BOG, was formed. It was founded by a goblin named Broderick, and their goal was to press for goblin rights, including the right to carry and use a wand, but they were denied by the Ministry many times. One incident made the goblins even more angry when a goblin named Nagna, a Gringotts employee, was accidentally killed by an untrained security troll sent by the Ministry of Magic. The goblins of course
he wants to run at them with the ball. It's good to see.
To further escalate the tension,
strong, fair challenge, balls out for a throw though.
The unclean was dunked in a village pond
Pressed high
by a
here.
group of wizards in front of the whole village. This drove Urg to be the leader for what would be the Second Goblin Rebellion. He formed an army and led them all to fight back once again.
Probing the pass.
He would eventually become the #1 most wanted by the Ministry of Magic and would eventually be captured and imprisoned.
An attack
which again
that wasn't
did not
quite that in the end.
Tension between goblins and the wizarding community. Urg was later featured on a chocolate frog card for his actions and leadership in the rebellion. For the Second Goblin Rebellion, it wasn't just one big battle, but multiple battles that were more thought out and went on for many years.
And dealt with
in the beginning, the goblins were winning, forcing Minister for Magic Albert Boot out of office, along with his successor, Basil Flack, who lasted only 2 months in office before resigning. Many say that both of them made the rebellion worse, Boot badly mismanaging it from the start, and Flack allowing the goblins to align themselves with werewolves. The space and score took office after Flack, and was able to stop a number of goblin revolts. The goblins being aligned with werewolves was a huge disadvantage to wizards, as they went from fighting 4-foot goblins to fighting 7-foot
he spotted the pass and cut it out.
The wizards realized that the only way to stop them was to get the werewolves to unalign themselves with the goblins. Unfortunately, Gord failed to do this, and many believe that his refusal to establish rehabilitation programs for werewolves ultimately led to them staying on the goblin side for longer than they had to be. This led to more attacks, but the wizarding community felt
it's a very good interception.
Had done what they were pushing for. In one incident of the revolt, a goblin named Kodrod struck a bunch of wizards and tried to crush them with his speed.
Oh, the white man can show his skills here.
This did not sit well with the goblins. When the BOG met with representatives,
onto it, the keeper. That was a puff out your cheeks moment, and phew, got away with it.
It ended in a small riot. Some goblins were able to get hold of wands
a little back heel
and use them to transfigure a bunch of pigs and march down the streets, chanting BOG slogans.
It's a good idea with the pass.
For 10 years to the course term. 1762, but was finally stopped when Goblin Rebel Largo
the goalkeeper.
A shocking theory later came up years after the rebellion.
Trying to catch them out by going
Vargo
short.
Was actually a renegade house elf.
That's an important
one thought
clearance.
that comes to my mind, and just to be clear, this one theory is not fact like the rest of the video, which is all canon and confirmed by Roland. But could a wizard have sent their house elf to go and fight with the goblins and work its way up, planning on being killed to end the war and the revolt, with the wizards coming out on top? That would certainly make an interesting plotline for both the house elf and the end of the war. The aftermath of the Goblin revolts was still
sometimes you just have to clear it half-time in the semi-final.
Goblins did not trust wizards, and if they made it seem like they did, they would almost always turn on you.
I know goblins. If you struck any kind of bargain...
And here we go, the referee's blown his whistle, and we're off for the second half.
If you don't, you won't be forgiven.
We saw this firsthand with Griphook, betraying the trio in Gringotts.
Working the opposition over a little bit here with their passing.
Goblins also
Two tough guys
whatever
going
they
for
made,
it.
like the Sword of Gryffindor or armor or anything else, that those objects were not owned by the wizard that bought it, but rather they believed that they were simply renting it from the goblins, and when they died, they should give it back.
Taking
they would
on
get
a couple
very
of
angry
opponents
when
now.
wizards would pass on their goblin-made objects to the next generation when they died, because the goblins believed it was their property. During the events in Goblet of Fire, we also saw goblins hunt down Ludo Bagman after he lost a bet with them. He tried to give them leprechaun gold, which disappears after a few hours,
He's lost
which
the ball.
did not fly with the goblins. They ended up picking Bagman clean, and even though they took everything of
Being
value
challenged
from him,
here.
they still asked for more, because what he had given them
I
was
think
not
he's
enough
all
to
you
cover
want
his
in a
debt.
player,
Again,
and
he did
Borussia
not trust
Dortmund
humans, and in this
certainly
case,
looked at it that way.
Bagman
They
doing
have
this
chased
actually
him
led the
down,
goblins not
and now
trusting
they've got
either
him.
side during the war.
He'll certainly be happy with it.
And
I think
ultimately,
maybe the
they stayed
buying
neutral,
club
not
will
trusting
too,
either
because
side,
£40 million,
both sides were human.
around that figure
Thanks so
anyway,
much for watching,
seems
guys.
a reasonable
Follow me on
price for
social
somebody
media.
of his
Links
quality.
for that will be in the description. And I want to give a huge shout out to all my patrons listed below. If you want to be listed on my next video, plus a bunch of other rewards, check out my Patreon, which is linked down below.
Gets blocked.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you press that subscribe button to grow the channel.
To level it
Again,
up.
thank you so much for watching, and look out for more great videos.
Well, there's still time to hit back in this game. It's a shot! What a fine save! A corner again. Corner swung in. Very able to get his body in the way. Does he want to cross it now? He could. He's read that, hasn't he, and made the interception, made it look easy, actually.
Werewolves in Harry Potter are awesome. Continuing my werewolf series of videos after my Remus Lupin video and my What Happens If Two Werewolves Made During the Full Moon video. This time we're going to take a deeper look at the species, and I'm going to tell you everything you need to know about werewolves. I know that Harry Potter series came out almost a decade ago, but there are still those in the comment section who say
an hour of very good football here. We've still got 30 more minutes to go, and I'm sure we're going to enjoy that as well. Keeping calm in the pursuit of an equalising goal here, not panicking.
To become a werewolf, it's necessary to be bitten by one in its wolfish form during the full moon.
Untidy work.
The werewolf's saliva mingles with the victim's
got the ball,
blood,
and they're going at the opposition with speed.
The disease they have is called lycanthropy, which forces them to turn from their human side to the werewolf side once a month during the full moon.
Reading of by anticipating the pass.
Lycanthropy disease is believed to have originated in Northern Europe. Unlike other magical beasts, werewolves actively seek humans as their prey rather than other animals.
Cleverly done.
Other beasts are. While in its animal form,
still got a bit to do, but this is promising.
An appearance from a true wolf.
Could have been difficult, but the defender sorted it out.
The snout is shorter, the pupils are smaller.
Well, this is where managers really earn their money. In a losing situation, they've got to make a substitution. Got to get it right, really, to have any chance of getting anything from the match.
Genuine wolves are not very aggressive, and the vast number of folktales representing them as mindless predators are now believed by Wizarding authorities to refer to werewolves as not true wolves. A wolf is unlikely to attack a human except under exceptional circumstances. The werewolf, however, targets humans almost exclusively and poses very little danger to any other creatures. Werewolves reproduce by attacking non-werewolves. The stigma surrounding werewolves has been so extreme for centuries that very few have married and had children. However, when werewolves have married human partners, there has been no sign of their lycanthropy being passed on to their offspring. One curious feature of this condition is that if two werewolves mate during the full moon, the result of the mating will be wolf cubs. As I said, I covered this much more deeply in my last Harry Potter video, and if you're interested, it's linked down below. In the 6th book, we saw the rare occurrence of a werewolf biting a human when they weren't a fully fledged werewolf.
Saw that coming and
wasn't a werewolf at the time that he bit Bill Weasley. Bill did not turn into one himself, but the scratches that he received on his face never fully healed.
The keeper stops it. There could be a follow-up now.
Attacked by a werewolf,
he has blown and he's given the free kick. Well, it's a sensible move here. I think they're going to maybe just sit back on their line and dig in for victory, putting on another defender.
Well, they are. The only danger is if you're inviting pressure, you sink too deep. But I can understand the move.
Any bite or scratch given by a werewolf will leave lasting scars, even if the attacker was not in its werewolf form.
A bit of width into this attack.
There are werewolves worldwide, and they have traditionally been pariahs in the wizarding world. Witches and wizards who are frequently involved in hunting or
this could be an opportunity in behind the defence.
To a higher risk of attack.
Gone a little early there, I think. Flags up.
Yeah, a bit over-eager to get on the end of it.
Well, this is one way of protecting the lead, really. That's what the manager thinks anyway, making this tactical change.
Wizards before being bitten. He also learned from the werewolves that muggles tasted differently than wizards, and that muggles are much more likely to die of their wounds, whereas witches and wizards survive to become werewolves.
One or two options now in forward areas for them. Impressive in possession, passing's good, possibly dangerous.
1637, which all werewolves sign.
No, oh my god.
Unsurprisingly,
they could breathe a bit easier now. It looked as though they were on the verge of a defeat, which would have been very unjust in truth. There's a few moments left, they've still got a chance to win it, of course. But at the very least they deserve from this game is a draw, and they are drawing again now. Well, the interception there is a good one. In fact, it's a great one because they could have scored an absolutely vital goal from that attack.
Department for the regulation and control of magical creatures for years, because nobody can make up their minds whether a werewolf should be classified as
there is still time for either side to win this, with 5 minutes left.
And the werewolf capture unit were both in the beast division.
Well, the ball's gone out for a goal kick.
It's
interesting with this kind of passionate support, and some of the players will love it. I guess one or two might be frightened of it and feel that they can't live up to such idolising.
I think that's the case. Some good players arrive at a club and they can't cope with the expectation, that level of support.
Some werewolves have come to hate the Wizarding Society.
Wow, that was the opportunity you thought when the attack shaped up to actually get the match-winning goal.
That's right, I think it was a chance Burnley in many ways. They were in a good position, but defender came to the rescue.
Having enough strength to take control of the Wizarding community.
That was out of control, really.
No!
Really good
opportunity, a player of his ability, bury that 9 times out of 10.
He's going to find it difficult forgetting about that one for the next few days.
The 7-foot vicious werewolves when they were transformed. The wizards realized that the only way to win the fight was to get the werewolves to unalign themselves with the goblins. But the Minister for Magic at the time failed to do this.
By the referee.
The wizarding community wanted him to make...
There we go, Buckley.
What he refused, making the wizards fighting against goblins and werewolves more longer than it might have had to. The legends surrounding werewolves in the Muggle world are mostly false, but their ambition seems to be stuck in the Muggles believe that silver bullets and kill werewolves is not true, but a mixture of powdered silver and gifting applied to a fresh bite will seal the wound and prevent the victim from bleeding to death. Although there are many tragic tales of werewolf bite victims who beg to be allowed to die rather than to live as a werewolf. In the second half of the 20th century, several potions were devised to soften the effects of lycanthropy.
Well, his laces behind that one.
Which didn't stop the werewolf from changing on the night of a full moon. But though their body was wolfish, their human mind was still there, and they became more like a sleepy wolf rather than a werewolf. We were introduced to this in the third Harry Potter book, when Lupin was given a limitless supply of this courtesy of Severus Snape while he worked at Hogwarts. The monthly transformation of a werewolf is extremely painful if untreated, and afterwards, it normally leads to a few days of very poor health and illness. While in his or her wolfish state, the werewolf loses entirely its human sense of right and wrong. However, it is incorrect to state that they suffer from a permanent loss of moral sense. While human, the werewolf may be as good or kind as the next person, as we saw very clearly with Remus. Some authorities have led the Wizarding world to believe the opposite of this, however. Specifically a professor named Emerit Picardi. He wrote a book called Lupin Lawlessness, Why Lycanthropes Don't Deserve to Live. A book that was very far from the truth. However, some are dangerous even while human, which is of course the case with Fenrir Greyback, who I mentioned earlier as the werewolf who went after Bill, and who ran the underground society that tried to infect as many people as possible. Greyback attempts to bite and maim as a man, and keeps his nails sharpened into a claw-like point for this purpose. Because of their fearful and disgusting reputation, it is extremely hard for werewolves to find jobs, especially when their higher-ups would notice them getting sick once a month around the full moon, and it would not take too long for them to put together what was going on. This makes werewolves, again, most notably Remus Lupin, take jobs that are far under their level of ability, and would cause them to jump from job to job very often, as their disease was discovered by their bosses and co-workers. It was even harder for werewolves to get jobs after the passing of the restrictive anti-werewolf legislation. This was made by the very prejudiced and hateful Dolores Umbridge in the 1990s. This forced many werewolves, including Lupin, to fall into poverty, all because of her hatred for what she called half-breeds. When Voldemort fell, however, Umbridge's legislation was taken away by the new Minister for Magic, Kingsley Shacklebolt, making it easier for werewolves to get jobs again. Before that, however, when the legislation was still in place, it caused many werewolves to join Voldemort's cause, under the belief that they would have a better life. Most who did this were part of Greyback's society who lived underground and tried to infect as many people as possible. Although none of them, not even
a bit of money,
leader Greyback, were granted to have the dark mark on their arm or to wear Death Eater robes.
Bruv, I don't wanna listen to her, and she don't wanna listen to me. Last week we're talking together forever. This week, more fish in the sea. It's just killing me, G. I had the perfect picture, it was all laid out for me. But I feel like I'm in love with the pain, fam, cause it's the same old story. Same old questions, what's your body count? Who are you linking before me? And I hope she don't ask me back, cause my life like an episode of Maury. I run out of excuses. The truth is I'm so cold, I'm so frozen. Too many times my heart has been broken, and I can't even do the fake love, there ain't no pretending. Thought that I found my partner in crime, my co-defendant. But it's like watching a film and you already know the ending. See me, I think too much. Try to keep it short and sweet, but I say too much. Now she wanna go back and forth, she wanna play two touches, back to square one. Both said things that shouldn't have been said, did things that shouldn't have been done. Wish I could turn back time, and I wish that I could get a rerun, cause I had the perfect picture, it was all laid out for me. But I feel like I'm in love with the pain, fam, cause it's the same old story. Same old questions, what's your body count? Who are you linking before me? And I hope she don't ask me back, cause my life like an episode of Maury. I had the perfect picture, it was all laid out for me. But I feel like I'm in love with the pain, fam, cause it's the same old story. Same old questions, what's your body count? Who are you linking before me? And I hope she don't ask me back, cause my life like an episode of Maury. Said she loved me cause I weren't like the rest. I rock and roll, I don't like the stress. Now the friendship's based on how quick I reply to text. She's talking reckless, I gotta bite my tongue. Don't wanna say anything I might regret. Died 1,000 deaths. Man, I wore so much Ed Hardy. How could I forget that love kills slowly? Still everybody trying to do holy matrimony. More time one of them needs a trophy, and the other one's scared to be lonely. Every day another one falls off. They linked the wrong thing and got way too cozy. Valentine's Day is all sweet and rosy. Spent every other day just trying to score points like Kobe. Nobody wants to lose, but the winner gets nothing. Spent summertime stunting, then wintertime comes, everybody starts coughing. You know love takes time, but relationship goals got everyone rushing. You get a feeling it's way too good to be true, so now you're just trying to find something, trying to find a reason. Friends asking me how I'm doing, I said same, different season. My ex got a new boyfriend, I'm just trying to get even. We don't hate each other, no, we just came to the end of the road. She went one direction, I went the other. Guess I gotta find me a new lover. I had the perfect picture, it was all laid out for me. But I feel like I'm in love with the pain, fam, cause it's the same old story. Same old questions, what's your body count? Who are you linking before me? And I hope she don't ask me back, cause my life like an episode of Maury. I had the perfect picture, it was all laid out for me. But I feel like I'm in love with the pain, fam, cause it's the same old story. Same old questions, what's your body count? Who are you linking before me? And I hope she don't ask me back, cause my life like an episode of Maury.
Yo por ti, tú por mí, yo por ti, tú por mí, yo por ti, tú por mí.
Yo por ti, tú por mí, yo por ti, tú por mí, yo por ti, tú por mí.
Mami.
Colgando del cuello los juguetes, del cuello los juguetes. Rodeado de flores y billetes, flores y billetes. Estamos worldwide a machete, sí, sí. Y mira, si con nosotros te entrometes, no quieres que lo. Me da igual si tu amor me compromete. No. Me da igual. Contigo he puesto hasta el número 7. Si me entrego que tú me sujetes. Yo por ti, tú por mí, que me pongan los grilletes. Somos dos cantantes como los de antes. El respeto es en boletos y diamantes. Se me para el corazón solo con mirarte. Porque a ti te canto pa' que tú me cantes.
Somos dos cantantes como los de antes. El respeto en boleto y diamante. Se me para el corazón loco con mirarte. Porque a ti te canto pa' que tú me cantes. Yo por ti, tú por mí, yo por ti, tú por mí, yo por ti, tú por mí.
Yo por ti, tú por mí, yo por ti, tú por mí, yo por ti, tú por mí. Pongan los billetes.
Yo por ti, tú por mí, yo por ti, tú por mí, yo por ti, tú por mí.
Yo por ti, tú por mí, yo por ti, tú por mí, yo por ti, tú por mí. Pongan los billetes.
I have a good enough transfer budget. Unless, is Zlatan still playing? He could be. Zlatan, Abelard, no Zlatan, he's gone, so that could be the region. Let's get some money. Terrible shot. Fourth?
Well, hello from a city of canals, but also a city of football. We're in Amsterdam at the Johan Cruyff Arena. My name's Derek Ray, and joining me for commentary on this game is the former Arsenal and England fullback Lee Dixon. And we have action from the European International Cup final just moments away. It's Bolton Wanderers, and they take on Aalborg.
Well, what a really fabulous tournament this has been, Derek, hasn't it? The fans have been out in force, so welcoming, wonderful hosts, and the quality of football for this...
Can they take the lead?
Yeah!
The first of the contest.
Well, it's always best to get your nose in front in the final. Really puts the pressure on the opposition. Well, sometimes being at the right place at the right time gets you a goal. On this occasion, it's a simple goal from his point of view.
1-0 then.
Parrot is always on fire. From now on, I'm going to write down on my a sheet of paper how much I've bought them, how much I've sold them for.
Anderson now. Moving the ball effectively. Can they square the game?
Great save, Joe!
Fine goalkeeping, real concentration.
I've got a safe hands for at least the championship.
Crossed in there. Breaking at pace. No, just couldn't keep the ball. Well, that is how to nullify the opposition.
McDonald's pace.
Making progress. Well, he's lost the ball. Olsen. Ivar Fossum on the ball. Now, let's see what they can do here. Gomez.
Thank you very much, Dad.
Not much defensive cover there on the flank. Now can he deliver accurately? What can he do from here? And putting his body on the line. Can he finish this? He couldn't take advantage of that opportunity from close range, Lee.
How close does he want to be to score? He's gone for power and fluffed his lines.
So a throw in here. He's given us away.
Oh, McDonald, you had a farm.
Individual quality coming to the fore.
Oh, he keeps just hitting it over the bar.
Well, you're taught as a youngster, technique, technique, technique. He didn't have any there.
Gomez. Quick thinking to dispossess his opponent. Olsen. Happy to take on the shot. And the goalkeeper, as you would expect, once again doing his job.
Yeah, that's it, his job. Get behind the ball and save it.
Well, they have it again. Olsen. Eva Fossum on the ball. Anderson now. And a throw-in forthcoming. Doughty defending to win the ball back. Well, that's a moment he would like to airbrush from history. He's thrown it straight to the opposition. Well, the threat was very real. Marvellous defending. That is excellent pressure high up the pitch. And given away. Fruitful looking attack. Promising looking ball. Well, just couldn't keep himself onside.
I lost my phone. I think I left it in the bathroom.
Robbie Brady. Brady. Oh, that's a really good authoritative tackle. Throw in here. Kasper Kusk. An unforced error, you've got to say. Gomez. Low. Dangerous looking attack. Gomez. Textbook defending inside the box. Kusk has it. Well, you've got to try to make it a bit more difficult for your opponent than that. It looks promising.
That's not what I wanted it for.
Well, he did his best to remain onside, but just failed.
Yeah, it was close. It was close, but that's all it needs to be, close. He was offside.
Wanzede. Gomez. Moving into the advanced position. Oh, a vital interception. Anderson. This attack looks highly promising. Might be able to set up the chance. Just not looking confident in possession. What a vital
Well done, Emmanuel.
Opportunity to deliver the cross. And the snuffing out of the cross there. Jason Lowe with it.
Ooh.
The first half here comes to an... The teams are ready to have a go at each other again as the second half commences.
That was a fair challenge.
And they will be awarded a free kick for that. And scope for the cross. And delivered towards the back post. And no problems whatsoever for the goalkeeper.
Oh, that was a bad time. Well done. Come on, Joe.
And providing width. Cross towards that far post.
Dudley!
Opportunity in the air, but he's made a bit of a mess of that one.
Oh, it's really a shocking effort. I could do better than that, and I can't head the ball.
Really fine initial touch.
Well done, McDonald.
Rasmus Telander. Olsen. Another live game in the Championship coming your way on EA TV. It's Bolton Wanderers facing Brentford.
Yeah, that looks a great match-up, doesn't it? Looking forward to some fast-flowing football there.
Well, they have it again. Anderson. Rasmus Telander. Olsen. Telander. Well, there's been so much talk about a potential transfer, but it's potential no more. It's fact.
Well, Derek, a fee of around £40 million is being bandied around. That places a huge responsibility on the player's shoulders. Can he carry that load? Watch this space.
Well, he was in the right place to intercept.
Let's be. Oh, that touch was terrible.
Suffice it to say, his edge is blunt. Poor effort.
Well, he got a lot right there, but he got one thing wrong, and that was the finish. Well, it was so close to levelling there, Derek, weren't they? But the keeper had other thoughts. It was really good goalkeeping from him, wasn't it?
Is it going to be?
Oh, handball!
Tremendous block.
I might put handball on.
Excellent vision. Now, will they do it from here?
Able
to clear
shoot.
the danger, at least for now. Substitution time it is. Crossing opportunity. Trying to chisel a chance out of it. And the defender finding a solution to the problem. Weir. Anderson. Olsen. Slipshod passing. Given away. Anderson. Anderson. Keeping the ball moving. Not too fussy in clearing his lines. Eva Fossum on the ball. Really good reading of the game to win possession back. Anderson now.
Emmanuel, no!
Intelligent threaded pass here.
No!
It's an effective cross.
Oh, what a terrible.
It was well stopped.
Well, the positioning is everything for a goalkeeper, and he was in a good position then.
Oh my God, I can't control it.
Oh, he's given the ball away unnecessarily. It needs an accurate cross.
That's not where I passed it.
Extremely sloppy in possession. Ten minutes left for play in this match.
Just need to keep him behind.
Olsen. Taylander. Pedersen. Well, it's a constant struggle for them to get out of their own half. They will now make use of their substitutes bench. Throw-ins given.
Oh, damn McDonald.
Kusk has it. Inside the final 5 minutes now. Gliding through the gears. If they can score again from this corner, it probably would be the end of the story. Well, they have elected to go to the bench at this stage of the game. Going short. Preferring to go infield. Well, the clearance half-hearted. Just wanted to get it out of there. And that was a very fine read. Oh, goodness, he was right on top of the situation to get the ball back for his team. The electronic board has been held aloft. 2 additional minutes here. Eva Fossum on the ball.
We've won some money.
Olsen.
Hopefully.
They're showing a willingness to attack, as they must, given the circumstances. Time
Good
running
tackle.
out.
Hear that? Let's go.
There goes the final whistle. Winning any pre-season tournament boosts morale, Lee.
Well, Derek, winning...
Well, they certainly weren't going through the motions. It meant a lot to them. And now they're about to receive their prize.
3rd minute goal. It's not worth selling at the moment because I need some players to stay here. So we have 6 million, I mean 8 million. What we are looking for is maybe another midfielder. I'm gonna see if I can get him for just 1.9. Because he could easily join then. Because he'll be a future player. Okay, 2 million for him. I think it's 1.9. His current wage is 6.2. We'll go with important. Five years. Accept that. From 6,000. Okay, that worked. Took a lot of our wage, but we've got a new centre mid. Maybe I should have sold Ware. I like to give him a shot in front of Low sometimes. But like he's our spare right back anyway. $9 million. Oh, he's already gone up. Let's see here. Saliba's already gone off to 12 million. Sorry, prospect. Let's see if I can get him. Offer for 3.6. Because the other ones are already okay. Wait, 3.6. Wait a second. Did I make a mistake? Did I just make a mistake? Did they up my price? 1 second.
Donde tú dejaste hasta la salud de una... Tú no crees más humano alar la cadena, respetarle a otro ciudadano su cera, saber que un impedido no es quien lleva ruedas, es cualquiera que se pierde en su mismo sistema. El capitalismo es lindo, pero despega, te llena de excesos que ni te llenan, recibes 2 besos que no hacen por uno, que flaco está tu corazón mientras más come consumo. Ole.
I did make a mistake. What's his current wage? This will be a nice player to have. His hair. He's an 11 grand wage. Go important. Accept. Accept. Yay, I cut his wage down. I was scared. You know what? I'm gonna give these two the opportunity. He's only 6 foot, but Turbinaze, he's 6'1", so I'm gonna give this starting squad. I'm very happy with the squad I've built. I think this squad can take us to the Premier League. Bigger games ahead. Philip.
Thank you for your patience. We'll start taking questions now.
Versus Brentford. The squad's capable.
That's all we have time for now. Thank you.
They will be good for the team.
Hey guys, how's it going? Masterbox here, and welcome to another episode and another season of the Salford City Career Mode. We are back again for Season 6, another season in the Premier League and a season in the Champions League after, if you didn't see the previous episode and the finale for Season 5, the insane finish to last season, which somehow, miraculously, we finished in 4th place. So we will be playing in Champions League.
Who will be our rivals?
What has been an unreal, insane career mode, but we just continue to kick on until we hit the very pinnacle of football. That's what we're going for. Muric is our goalkeeper as we'll go through the team. We have a new face at left back, Kieran Tierney. And speaking of faces, we'll talk about that a little bit. We'll talk about that in good time. But Indika is still here. Another new face, Hermoso, 86 rated, becomes the highest rated player, highest rated player in our team, alongside Manu Viejo and Pedro Jesus at right wing, but he's our best defender. Henriks is still at right back. He was great last season. Mandragora, who was a silent little achiever and was bloody brilliant for us, alongside this man, Angelino. Manu Viejo, our player of the season, our leading goal scorer, and just an overall beast. Hudson Odoi, who we brought in, was a bit average, didn't do much in his first, half a season. So I'm hoping
and welcome to a game that really should have pulses racing. Every reason to believe this will be enthralling. I'm Derek Ray here in the commentary position, and joining me will be Lee Dixon. And you can really sense the anticipation in the crowd ahead of kickoff with their respective league seasons about to get underway. It's Bolton Wanderers, and they face Brentford.
Well, thank you, Derek. Brilliant atmosphere here today. All that hard slog in pre-season, all aim for this game. First game of the season, all that preparation is for this. It's for this 90 minutes. Focus on it, get the 3 points, move on to the next one. Looking forward to it.
Excellent use of the ball as they make their way forward. Must score! And really, that would be meat and drink to most goalkeepers.
Yeah, goalkeeper fully in control there.
Henry, Jensen. Christian Nørgaard. Said Benrahma. Jensen. Here's Nørgaard. Well, real excitement here, I say that because it is his long-awaited debut coming up. What should we be looking for from him, Lee?
Well, Derek, I fully expect him to slip into that defence and look like he's been there for years. That's the type of defender he is. Very dependable, solid style of play, no nonsense. Top pro for me.
Gomez. Good-looking sequence. In search of space. And that's an important intervention. Jensen. Well, a meaty challenge early in this game. Will the referee reach for his pocket? We've barely got started and already a yellow card. Now, will that be potentially problematic for player and official?
Well, it will be because the player's on the tightrope now. He's now thinking about everything that goes in front of him.
Here's Axel Tuanzebe. Brady. Gomez.
This boy is looking real nice. As a matter of fact, maybe I'll go and we'll get a slightly better.
Moving the ball effectively.
Look at him. He is looking so nice. And no
Won it back.
Default face in the game, and he's not the only one. We've also got Boubacar
Here's Nørgaard.
who's now a backup centre back for us, but he's
Henry.
his face scanned in
Crisp
the game.
tackling.
He's looking fine and handy as well. Orlando
And scope for the cross. And that's gone out of play for what will be a goal kick. And news of a goal in the Reading game. Alan McAnally can provide us with the details.
It's the second goal for Reading. 19 minutes played, 2-0.
Cheers again, Alan. Making excellent progress with the ball at his feet. And the cross goes in. Aware of the threat, solving the problem. Jensen, Henry. On the ball, Jensen. Said Benrahma. He's protecting it well. High pressing at its best. And the counter looks on here. Options available. And that is the sort of tackle he had scripted in his mind.
Well, Derek, they're not happy. Ref is taking the brunt of this.
I believe there's been a goal in the Blackburn Rovers game. Alan McAnally has the news.
It's a goal for Blackburn Rovers. 27 minutes played, 1-0.
Alan McAnally keeping us right up to date. Element of risk there, but he's won the ball. Given away. Great challenge, he got nothing but ball. Well, that is a defender's job to come to the rescue. A good-looking move. Really good reading of the game to win possession back. Options around him.
Create an account at resume.io and try it for free today.
Unable to keep the ball that time. And now passing it through. A delicious piece of skill. Wonderful tackle. We had a decent reading of that ball in. Henrik Dalsgaard. He's going forward well here. Surely! Just had to keep his concentration to the maximum, and he did. With the game level, let's see what they can do with this corner. And options in the centre. Said Benrahma. Couldn't keep the ball.
But I'm still not able.
Illegal play, and hence a free kick. Well, straight into the meat of the penalty area. I believe there's been a goal in the Queen's Park Rangers game. Alan.
It's a goal for Queen's Park Rangers. 39 minutes played. 1-1.
Thank you, Alan McAnally. Still on level terms, moving the ball nicely. Just over the crossbar with that header.
Oh, it's a perfect cross. It's a perfect position, and he just gets underneath it over the bar.
I'm going to have to lose, and it would suck if that would happen. But regardless, we got some right backs here. Don't want to cross the area.
Giving it away. He continues his run. A foul in possession to give them the lead, maybe. It could be up for grabs. Well, let's see what they have in store for them on the break. The electronic board has been held aloft. 2 additional minutes here. Couldn't keep it.
I'm not liking this.
It has to be.
What? What?
The crowd have gone crazy, and quite rightly so. What a finish that is.
No, I'm not losing my first game.
The whistle then. As anticipated, plenty of talking points so far, and now the second half is underway. A bit sloppy in possession. And fed forwards. Well, that's the end of that for now. And let's go to Alan McAnally, because I hear there's been a goal in the Queen's Park Rangers game. Alan.
It's the second goal for Queen's Park Rangers. 50 minutes played.
What the? Why pass there? Why pass there? That's not where I told you to pass.
Onside. The flag has gone up. It was one of the better players in the first half, but needed to be better still. Lee, your thoughts? Cutting infield here. It might be on for them. Well, great read there to intercept. Big chance to get them on terms.
Yes!
In his debut, no less. No wonder he's celebrating.
Well, he'll have been dreaming about that last night. What a way to endear yourself to those fans.
Welcome to this tour.
Well, sometimes being at the right place at the right time gets you a goal. On this occasion, it's a simple goal from his point of view.
Even Steven, one apiece on this match. Let's get an update from Alan McAnally. There's been a goal in the Charlton match. Alan.
It's a goal for Charlton Athletic. 55 minutes played. 1-1.
Thank you, Alan McAnally. A championship match that should hold plenty of intrigue. Join us on EA TV. It's Bolton Wanderers taking on Hull City.
Yeah, it's very easy to build a case for those two teams to make that game a real cracker. They should be tuning in for that one.
Substitution time it is. Not what he was intending. Bad pass. Life is never dull in the Championship. Live action coming up for you on EA TV. It's Brentford facing Queen's Park Rangers.
Yeah, atmospheres make games, Derek, and that should be an absolute belter.
And we're inside the final 30 minutes. Couldn't keep it. Well, there has been a lot of speculation as regards this transfer and whether it would go ahead. It's finally been confirmed, Lee.
Well, Derek, the figure, I think, is around £60 million.
60 million for a player!
Of a player for that sort of money. He should be a real asset to the club.
defender finding a solution to the problem. And a substitution in the offing. Crossing possibilities. To the goal that puts them ahead. Magnificent defending. That is top-notch goalkeeping. He had to reach in with his hand.
Yeah, it's all about reading the pace of the ball and the player's feet. When do I go down? When do I strip the ball? Did a brilliant job then.
News coming through of a goal in the Leeds United match. Let's hear about it from Alan McInally.
It's a goal for Leeds United. 68 minutes played. 2-1.
Thanks as ever for the update, Alan. It's neat passing, confidence on the ball. Individual quality coming to the fore. Dalsgaard. It was a fine-looking attack, but now they've given the ball away.
Well, the fans are being very vocal. They're desperate for a goal. Will the players respond?
No!
Very poor ball. Henrik Dalsgaard. Camohelo Mokotjo. Chance to attack using wit. And just failed to keep the ball in play that time. Gomez. Tremendous intuition to win it back. 15 minutes remaining. On the ball, Jensen. I understand there's been a goal in the Blackburn match. Alan McInally can fill us in.
It's the second goal for Blackburn Rovers. 78 minutes played. 2-2.
Thanks very much as always, Alan. Mokotjo on the ball. Henrik Dalsgaard. Well, he's going to be disappointed with that pass. Jensen. Janssen. Dalsgaard. Mokotjo on the ball. What a shocking pass, really. I think he knew he was guilty of fouling. Free kick conceded. Something you don't see every day of the week. A triple substitution here. Now, can he deliver accurately? He'll be delighted to have won the ball, having made that difficult challenge. Henry. Henry. Jensen. Camohelo Mokotjo. Said Benrahma. Looks promising, this. Might be able to set up the chance. It did take a touch on the way through, hence a corner. And firing it into the area. Any goalkeeper would accept corner kick deliveries like that every day. Benrahma. Well, that's the kind of play you want from your defender. We've had the official word. There will be a minimum of 2 added minutes. That's a lovely ball. It needs an accurate cross. Alert defending. The high press was on, and the chance is on. Well, that's a splendid.
We'll take a draw for our opening game.
And now it is truly fine.
I am going to push. That was a terrible game.
Of course, 28 years of age, so he's 3 years older than Alban Lafont. He's going to cost the same amount, but also 1 overall lower, and a 5% selling clause too if we decide to move him on as well. So,
some questions regarding the
out
match.
of these 3 goalkeepers, Alban Lafont is quite possibly and probably the smarter choice. He's also the taller goalkeeper at 6'4", so I kind of, even though that's maybe not the without being smart. So I'm just going to delegate giving him a contract. Hopefully he accepts it in the coming days, and I'll offer whatever wages we want. And yeah, we shall see what he says. So in the end of the day, it pretty much looks like we're straight swapping almost Muric for Alban Lafont, our brand new goalkeeper, 88 overall, the same age as Muric too. So we've technically got a higher overall goalkeeper coming in to replace, unfortunately, the goalkeeper that wanted out. Welcome Alban Lafont to Salford City. This man will be our goalkeeper going forward. Maybe Muric makes a return one day, but Lafont is it. Now look at what our Salford City team is looking like. We got Alban Lafont in it now with super well-rounded diving and kick reflexes, positioning as well. Speed you can't really work on in training, so that's just what it is. But most goalkeepers normally have pretty average speed. It's okay. 6'4", 25 years of age, great overall, and I think he's got more to give. This boy could definitely crack on and get over a 90. So I'm gonna take it. I didn't want to get rid of Muric. I'd have loved to have kept him for the whole thing. It just wasn't a thing. But now the one thing I have to do is give the captain's armband to someone. We just got Tierney in. We just got Mimosa in. Henrik took one last season. It's the same with Indica. We basically completely transformed our back four. Angelino's been great. Mandragora, I don't know why I get that sort of vibe off, but again, he's only been in for one season. Viejo's been in for a little longer. McCall's probably been too young and probably not going to go. So I'm honestly thinking, is Pedro Jesus potentially going to take the armband? I think it's either him or Mandragora. I don't know why. Manu Viejo's probably, he's a solid player. I don't know if he's the captaincy material. I just get that, Mandragora, that he's the silent player in the team that makes everyone tick, and he's just, quietly doing his thing, and he seems like a bit of a, you want your captain to have a bit of a don't fuck with me attitude. Kind of a bit like a, sort of like a Jordan Henderson. Maybe not the greatest player on the pitch, but he's a bit of a, not really an enforcer, but he's just a bit of a guy that stands up and backs up.
I might just focus on getting a new goalkeeper.
And take a look, by the way, at what I've noticed with Mandragora. He has the solid player and the leadership trait. That leadership trait. You know how sometimes you get the messages being like, I recommend this guy be our captain because he has the leadership trait. Well, Joe Worrell had the leadership trait. Jesus doesn't really have any traits, but he's also only 21 years of age. He's very young to be the captain of the footy club. Mandragora, one of the senior players in the team, he's been in now for a while. He was a great player for us last season. You know what? I reckon now, especially since we gave him the new face, like a monster, I'm going to make Mandragora the captain. So for now, he's got the armband. Mandragora, our new captain for this season. But, woo, maybe doesn't this man look good now in a Salford City shirt? Let's kick on. We have a training injury to Benjamin Henrik, who has suffered a torn hamstring as we advance into the next month. We do that way happens. Money happens all the time. So, our best right back is down. Oh, and by the way, something I just really quickly noticed. I'm not sure how Arthur McCall just went down to 79 from 81 overall when we entered the new month. I do not know what has happened there. Everyone else seems to be about the same overall. I can tell I don't know. Oh my goodness, he did too. From 86 to 84. No idea what's happened there. No idea what's happened with Arthur McCall. They just dropped 2 overall overnight out of nowhere. Well, that sucks. I mean,
hi there, everybody. This is the K-Con Stadium. Welcome to you all. Alan Smith is alongside me, Martin Tyler. We have football today from the Championship in England. Hull City against Bolton Wanderers.
Should be a good one. A lot of talk about the tactics these two managers are likely to employ. Beforehand, we'll soon find out.
Quick-witted and quick in his movement too to intercept there. Well, suddenly they could be on the counter-attack. That's a missed opportunity on the counter-attack. To go in from here, he's got skill with the ball, backing himself in these circumstances. We've got the Hull City team here for you. The system that we think they're going to go with is 4-5-1. That one striker will need a bit of support.
Yeah, you do not want him
to take the lead.
Let's go.
And they've got their reward with an early opening goal here.
Well, yeah, all dangerous players.
here.
Well, he got to the position of maximum opportunity. It was an impossible opportunity to squander.
Yeah, we often say it was an easy chance, but you have got to be there. And this lad has got the knack of doing that.
It's Bolton Wanderers who are in front then here.
Before we get underway with it, do you remember how
he's got his tackle in, and the ball's gone out now.
One other left. Ladies and gentlemen.
A poor tackle, but it hasn't done any harm, and they've still got the ball despite the challenge on them.
Well, that bloke looks a little bit familiar, doesn't he? Yes, I am in the game.
Moving it nicely and productively here.
I am the manager of the Soccer City Football Club, and now everything is good. How incredible does this get? That is incredible. Yep.
Trying with the forward pass to make a way through the defence, but it didn't quite work out. Gives it away. It's always good to see the advantage rule applied, and the beneficiaries here are Bolton. One or two players arriving in the middle. The space is on the inside. Gomez. Cut out the pass.
Was the owner of a silver hatchback with the registration GR21 LJJ. Please contact your nearest security guard. Thank you.
Brilliant technique in the tackle. Possession now with Hull City.
My own career mode for the rest of this series and beyond in FIFA 20.
Where's Parrot?
Well, we've got a free kick here. Referee points for it.
What do you expect from LeBron's debut? I think you'll find that he is going to be the right man.
To level it up now. Driven goalwards.
What was my team doing?
Sensational strike there for the goal.
Well, it's come in from a long way out, and from that angle it's not always easy to finish.
Defenders caught out by it in the end. So away we go at 1-1. He's taken it away there with a very good tackle. Well, sometimes you just have to clear it like that. Safety first. Now he's got the ball. What's he going to do with it? An opportunity here. There's some space to work the ball into. It's a quick break.
What are you doing, Gomez?
No problem. That'll be a throw. Brady. They're grateful for that, to have an intervention like that and get back on the ball when they're defending so much. Well, he seemed to see a pass there that none of us could see from where we're commentating from. Threading it through. Off the post.
Yes!
Pressure has told, and they've caved in, really.
Oh, that was scary. I was going to get pissed off there.
Nothing to stop it happening out there.
Hull City are behind in this game. A quick moment here to tell you about a goal and update from the Sheffield United game, and it comes from Alan McAnally.
It's a goal for Sheffield United. 35 minutes played. 1-0.
Thanks, Alan.
And now, again, they're running straight fucking into me. Not even getting the ball, and just it's fine
Well, space to get the cross in. He's chosen to cut it back now. Well, there he was, in for the hat-trick, but he's still waiting for it.
Oh, you'd have put your house on that, wouldn't you?
Shed and Dicker again, big slide. Thank you.
Brady. clever ball.
Let's go!
It's all about the weight of the pass here. He hardly had to break stride. He finished it.
So many of these passes are not going where they're meant to go. Then they score.
Let's take another look at the goal.
I'm fucking pissed off at. I am so annoyed at. This is a back pass. I was trying to play the fucking end.
Restart the game.
No to Hermoso. How the fuck is that happening? I'm actually really, really fucking pissed off. Sometimes I can understand. Okay, yeah, I see how maybe it thought I was trying to pass it that way. That occasion is fucking stupid. And to have the right at the end of the
Spotted that well and intercepted.
How did it go so far?
I think we've seen it. The visitors controlling possession. No wonder they're winning. With that possession, they've taken their chances. They've played some lovely football to be comfortably on top here.
Probing away, working away at the opposition with these passes. It's a shot!
Oh, yeah. They've done that to me all
2
fucking
minutes
game.
left, that's
You
added
absolute
time.
wanker. Now, I know it's them, and all of a sudden it's a fucking foul.
Sort of probing the pass.
Oh, hello. They bring it down. Kenny, I don't know if he'll get the shot up. He will!
Time to get the cross now.
I don't believe it.
That looked really threatening. In the end, it was a bit of a damp squib because no one could connect with the cross.
The defender that was on him wasn't
That's,
that quick.
half-time
The one
now.
that closed it down and nearly blocked the shot. He's the one that had the pace. This one, number 6, couldn't stop it. Powerful strike. Hudson-Odoi gets on the score sheet. The first one of the new season. And I wasn't
Referee just checking everything is in order, and he
his
blows for the second half to start.
Half the season when we signed him in January. I'm so stoked to see him in the net. Come on, and time maybe for a win.
And they're better than that. That's rather sloppy.
Shot. It's not blocked.
I guess he was aiming for a teammate, but he certainly didn't find one.
Why did that ball have to fucking go right back to him like that? Passed out. I don't know.
That was a puff out your cheeks moment, and phew, got away with it.
How did it get to them or one of their players? Like, I don't know. It's got to have been. I can't believe I'm going to maybe not even fail. I'm going to fail to get a fucking point against a team that just came up.
Could whip it in from here. Neatly intercepted.
Just because, oh my god, all the difficulties just fucking ridiculous with the sliders as well.
Well, they are the richest club in Germany by distance, Bayern Munich, and they've spent some of their cash in signing this player. Free kick given by the referee, and the defending team might be in trouble. They might regret conceding this. Well, they are behind, so it's time for a change. They've got to try and improve their performance somehow. And the goalkeeper, he just anticipated the direction of the free kick, anticipated well.
Come on, Angel Gomez, Angel Gomez, Angel Gomez!
What's the keeper doing here?
What a game this is! It's in! I don't believe it! Angel
Great ball.
Gomez with maybe a winner. This has been
Difficult for the defender against the player who wants to take him on like this. Target
No.
is in the centre.
Fuck!
Well, how long's he been on? 1 or 2 minutes, I'm not sure, but he's marked his appearance here with a wonderful goal.
Well, they can't wait to get the ball back out of the net and get the game going again because they're closing in.
Well, much different atmosphere in this stadium now, and it's difficult to call.
Tried to win it, but it'll be a throw. Some goal news for you, and it comes from the Brentford game. Alan McInally.
It's a goal for Brentford. 57 minutes played. 1-0.
We're back here again, thanks to Alan McInally. Proper defending, under some pressure. Tight against the touchline, pretty clear that it was going to end up with a throw-in. Read the play well. Being closed down now. And it's been an hour of very good football here. We've still got 30 more minutes to go, and I'm sure we're going to enjoy that as well. Trying to pass their way into position to level the game. He's pitched it back again. Getting the ball back and thinking attack straight away. Taking on the defenders. Gonna try it. That did look like a real opening, but they've dealt with it. Opportunity to play it into the middle. cross. Goal news coming in for dangerous ball, dealt with by the goalkeeper's punch. They can be quick on the break now. That's a missed opportunity on the counter-attack. Bit of an interruption there for Alan McInally. You understand why with the game going on here. Preston North End were the scorers in that match. The scoreline in that game is now 2-1. Gomez. Player slid in at him. Somehow he got out of the way. No nonsense defending. It was needed. Oh, he got it away, but in the end, straight to an opponent. 20 minutes of the 90 still to play. He's given possession away here.
Valverde's replacement continues.
Excuse me, Lou. Do you mind if I go into the middle?
Yes, I do.
But I don't like being on the left.
Then you should have stayed at Atleti. Bring out the first contestant, Mauricio from Argentina.
You must have stopped those.
Looking to create an opening. It's a good hit.
Good
Joe Hart's
save.
kept it out.
Oh,
Great
what a
style.
shame. The Champions League semi-final comeback on his CV was very promising.
Jose from Portugal.
Corner played into the middle. Well, that's a comfortable save for the keeper from the header.
Well, it's not the most powerful header you'll see this season or even in this match. Didn't time it.
The whole horizon, a new player, a substitute. Oh, well, he couldn't make the most of that chance. It's a goal kick. Well, there's going to be an alteration now, but with the team trailing, you can understand why he's going to make it. And they've spread it out wide here. Brady. Nice return pass. They're going to start from the back, because it's a back pass to the keeper. Gomez. Robbie Brady.
Thank God we stopped it there.
We feel good about that. A really strong, clean tackle. City ready to make a substitution now. Nearly drilled across towards his teammate. Great forward save for Joe Hart. Well, there's a big support here for them. And those supporters want to see just a little bit more. Always been called offside here. Well, they've got to get goals, haven't they? And the only way to do it, the manager thinks, is to get another attacker on. It'll make the game more open, but he's got to take that risk.
Yeah, he's got to, and this lad will need the service. They need to get the ball wide.
Looking for a through ball. That was a chance to really get in at the goalkeeper, running off the defender, but he's run offside. He's got possession back for his team.
Oh, okay.
It's about finding the right pass now. Possession now with Hull City.
Maybe next time, guys.
What a wonderful reaction from the crowd. They see a chance for a late leveller here.
Eves.
I think there's been a misunderstanding. I don't want
Fresh guided through.
2 minutes of added time.
Rugby of in 2006.
They can finish them off here. This is a goal. Patrick. Goal number 3 here.
No way.
And it's
Not
a
having
perfect
a
day
list.
for the
He's a
player.
violent manager.
What's not every man from
Well, there is a saying that things come in threes. They come in threes for him. A hat-trick.
God,
Not just 3 goals, but he's played really well. His overall game has been top
why
class
should
today.
we appoint you?
Prospect of even more
might
goals.
not
4-2
notice,
is the
but
score.
I used to play for Barcelona.
It's all over. And there is the final
Sorry,
whistle.
it had to be a no.
It was
Never
absolutely
been a fan of
extraordinary,
the ginger.
exceptional,
What's this?
elegant,
Head
excellent.
He came into this match absolutely full of confidence, and he's just continued in the same way. What a hat-trick.
See you in hell, you powerful Diego from...
Great game. showed what I can actually do.
We'll just grab a minute of your time for a few questions.
Throughout the Harry Potter series, you enter the Forbidden Forest in almost every book, and a big reason why the characters journey through it so many times is because it's J.K. Rowling's favorite part of the Hogwarts grounds. It houses a vast number of creatures, and is a key point in almost every book's plot. In this video, I'm going to explain everything you need to know
That'll be all,
about the
thank you.
Forbidden Forest. Now, before we start, I'd like to take a moment to announce that I just launched the Patreon page. It would mean a lot if you guys could donate and help grow and improve the channel. There are all kinds of rewards you can get by donating, including some big shout-outs on social media and at the end of every video, as well as behind-the-scenes looks and previews before the video launches. So please check it out. It would be helping move the Movie Flame brand forward, and would really help me grow as a creator. I'll put a link to it in the description. Thanks so much, guys. Now let's get to the video. The forest is one of the larger parts of the Hogwarts grounds. It's thick with trees as well as undergrowth. There are some paths and some clearings when you first walk through the forest, but once you get deep enough, those paths disappear. When you leave the path, it's almost impassable and gets extremely dark because the trees become thicker and thicker, covering any light that could come in. There are many tree roots and stumps, as well as low-slung branches, making it very
I don't need
hard
the
to
Carabao
navigate.
Cup.
Over the years, a few Hogwarts students have disappeared inside the forest, never to be found again. It's traditionally the duty of the Keeper of Keys and Grounds of Hogwarts, or the Gamekeeper, to attend the matters in the forest as part of their job. Rubius Hagrid, the Gamekeeper during the series, lived in a hut on the edge of the forest, and he dealt with many problems that had to do with the dark forest.
Mönchengladbach won!
Many different kinds of creatures. They have non-magical creatures like foxes, deer, and wolves. There are also some smaller magical creatures such as Bozrah. There are also blood-sucking bugbears and werewolves, not to be confused with the non-magical wolves. There are hippogriffs, which we saw a number of during Hagrid's lesson, but during that lesson, Buckbeak had the most of them. There are also unicorns, which we saw twice in the series. Once in the Philosopher's Stone, when Quirrell was drinking the dead unicorn's blood to keep his master, Lord Voldemort, alive. And we saw them another time when Professor Grubbly Blank took over a care of magical creatures lesson for Hagrid and taught the class about the majestic creatures. Here we learned that the creatures favor girls over guys. There are also Thestrals, which are black, skeletal, bat-winged horses. They can only be seen by those who have witnessed and processed death. Acromantulas also live in the forest. They're monstrous, 8-eyed spiders that are capable of human speech. It's also rumored that the forest houses trolls, specifically forest trolls, which have green skin and green hair. There were a few creatures that weren't originally in the forest, but were added during the events of the series. One of those creatures is Glass-Unded Screws. They were raised by Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class, and a few of them were used in the third task of the Triwizard Tournament as part of the obstacles in the maze. After that, Hagrid released them into the forest. Hagrid added a giant to the mix as well when he brought his half-brother Grop home from the mountains because he was being bullied by the other giants.
Robbie, that is not polite. We do something. You do not grab, do you?
And of course, we can't forget about the Ford Anglia. Technically it's not a creature, but it displayed many beastly behaviors after running wild in the Forbidden Forest for months. When Ron and Harry discovered it again, it was smeared with mud, covered in tree branches, and had gone a bit feral.
Harry, Harry's so calm. Look, Harry's just something wild.
Arguably, the Acromantula might have been added to the forest as well, once again because of Hagrid. He helped Aragog escape into the forest after they thought that he was the monster that was in the
This will be a challenge.
He then brought Aragog a female Acromantula named Mostad. She became his wife, and they had hundreds of children. It's certainly true that the spiders that Ron and Harry saw in the forest were there because of Hagrid, but it's very possible that there were already Acromantula in the forest at that point. 50 years after Aragog was saved by Hagrid, Aragog indirectly saved Hagrid from life in prison. He he helped Harry and Ron put together that Hagrid wasn't the culprit who had opened the chamber, and that the girl that had died when it was open was moaning Myrtle. He of course was about to let his children eat Ron and Harry, but because they escaped, this information helped them close the mystery. Aragog died 4 years later, and Hagrid had a funeral for him on the edge of the forest.
Seriously misunderstood creatures spiders are. The eyes, I reckon, they unnerve some people.
And we can't forget about the creatures that were touched upon the most. Centaurs. They live in colonies and are stargazers that can predict the future by looking up at the night sky. Centaurs hated humans, most likely because of the way that they were treated by wizards and witches. A centaur named Firenze, who lived in the forest, didn't follow the centaur's belief of not intervening in human affairs. When the Philosopher's Stone, he saved Harry from Voldemort, which made the others in his colony very angry, thinking that he messed with the destiny of the stars. And during the events of the Order of the Phoenix, he was banished and attacked for accepting a job.
Hi everyone, it is an absolutely splendid day for football, and we're looking forward to the game. I'm Derek Ray, joined by Lee Dixon in the commentary position, and looking forward to bringing you the cut and thrust of the championship. It's Bolton Wanderers, and they take on Reading.
Yeah, thank you, Derek. Always my favourite time of the week, spending time with you at games. We should be in for a belter here with these two.
They were once again about to kill, but were stopped.
Moving into the advanced position.
Some other major events that took place in the...
And here's the starting lineup for Bolton Wanderers. If you like wingers, you'll love this league.
Yeah, absolutely. I love to watch a winger play, especially with pace and power. The central striker will stay more or less in front of the goal. The support...
Can't miss!
Easy start, easy start. Take that, Reading.
An early opening goal lead.
Well, you always want to start quickly, and there's certainly a quick start there. What a finish.
The forest is also where Remus Lupin ran. He was transformed into a werewolf. A year later,
well, here it is again. You're trained from a young age to get in those sort of positions, and never in any real doubt he'd finish that. Cool and composed.
The opening goal of the game then. Poor pass under no real pressure. Might really be able to trouble them here. And he's taken it away. And they do like to press whenever they can. Pushkash. Rinom Hota. Richards. Well, there were certainly question marks about utilising him in this position, but you have to say that he's adjusted rather well. And let's face it, if the last few fixtures are anything to go by, it could become the norm league.
Well, yeah, the coach has got no qualms at all about playing this lad out of position. A total trust in him. It's lovely to see. He's excelling too. A very versatile player. He's a manager's dream.
And the cross into the middle. Goalkeeper's ball every day of the week. Well, real difficulty keeping the ball. Well, can he deliver accurately? As an attacking player, you rather hope you'll get the decision in your favour, but offside here.
Yeah, the defence got that spot on, and so did the linesman.
When the Centaurs left the forest to help finish the fight, their stampede stomped on the resurrection stone, making it
read it magnificently and intercepted.
The Forbidden Forest was home to some of the most important and game-changing scenes in the entire series, and will always be one of the most memorable locations in all of the books.
An awful lot of green space to run into. What can he do from here? I'm sure, you know, he wishes he could have that header back.
Well, in that position, you should think he's going to score, but it's really a poor effort with his head.
And let's go to Alan McInally, because I believe there's been a change to the scoreline in the Preston match, Alan.
It's a goal for Preston North End. 70 minutes played, 1-0.
Thanks, Alan. Swift. Rinom Hota. Definitely look as though they want to make this move count. Looked as though they meant business,
free
but
space
now they've
here
got to try again. A move of promise on the flank. Might be a chance here.
Let's go!
It's in. They're looking really relaxed and confident, and not giving the opposition much of a look in.
Well, the coaches will tell you, pass the ball how you would like to receive it. Perfectly weighted, and he finished it off brilliantly.
Let's have another view of that goal. It's going their way, 2-0. And news of a goal in the Nottingham Forest match. Alan McInally.
It's a goal for Nottingham Forest. 22 minutes played, 1-0.
Thank you, Alan McInally.
Because when you find the real thing,
Well read to ease the pressure.
we're just kind of pulled.
Going well. Gomez.
Hi and welcome to zipit.com. The site where
Brady.
you can sell your old books.
Useful looking ball. Cutting infield here. Well, the threat was very real. Marvellous defending.
On the back of your books, CDs, DVDs, Blu-rays and games, there is a barcode. Simply download
Clears his
our free app
lines.
and scan this barcode and we'll give you an instant price for each item. If you prefer, you can
Rino
type in the
Mhota,
barcode number
Richards,
and use the barcodes directly
Puskás.
into the site to get your items prices. Once you are happy that you have scanned everything, print off your label.
Has teammates waiting inside the area. Still possibilities.
We'll come to your door and pick up your box whenever suits.
Right time for us to join Alan McInally, and I say that because a goal has been scored at the Riverside. Alan.
It's a goal for Middlesbrough. 31 minutes played, 1-1.
Thanks very much as always, Alan. Opportunity it is. Must score. Well, it might still work out for them. Clattered away. Lucas João failed to keep hold of it.
The hosts really haven't had too much of the ball, but to their credit, they've been absolutely blistering on the counter-attack. They just sit back, hit you on the break, and it's really working for this team.
Brady. Gomez. Is it going to be?
Hat-trick.
It's a double for him in
What's
this
that?
game.
Double?
No way
Who
for the
scored the
opposition
first?
to contain him, and no wonder he's off celebrating.
Well, here is the replay, and to be fair, the keeper from that distance hasn't got much chance of keeping it out. Lovely goal.
Well, the goal again, albeit from a different angle.
She attracted the attention of many boys because of her beauty. The first night she arrived at the castle, she was sorted into Ravenclaw. She was very
Well, no
popular
wonder
and
he's
had a lot of
delighted.
friends.
They've been
Always
bossing this
surrounded
game up to
her. She
now.
loved Quidditch. From watching it to playing it, she tried out for her house team. She was made the seeker for Ravenclaw. She wrote a room that wasn't the best, but she made it work.
The ball rolling again in what has been an utterly one-sided match.
She sustained some injuries on the pitch and was out for a while. But she was back in time during her 4th year to play against Gryffindor and faced Harry Potter.
Rino Mhota.
The first time Harry saw her was the 4th match.
Giving them the gift of possession.
She smiled at Harry and the two teams faced each other behind
Won
the
it
back.
back.
In the actual game,
And news of a goal in the Villa game. Let's hear all about it from Alan McInally.
It's the second goal for Aston Villa. 40 minutes played, 2-0.
Oh, that's an interesting pass.
Ooh.
Given the position he was in, he's not going to be especially pleased with himself.
Well, he took the chance with power. Not always the best option.
she saw what he was doing. A bludger hit by Ravenclaw knocked him off course at the last second. He didn't show another opportunity to find his fifth before he
In full control of the ball here.
goal here out of nowhere. Wow. Gryffindor captain Albert Will told Harry to stop the
Splendid defending, and it needed to be.
Joe was grinning at her accomplishment of distracting Harry. Joe continued to follow him, deciding to mark him rather than look to the snitch herself. Harry made a big dive and then accelerated.
Piotrowski on the ball. Rino Mhota. Lucas João. I think everyone knew that was foul play, and the referee left with little choice but to award the free kick. And the referee is going to add on 3 minutes. Gomez.
And thought about it before he went to bed that night. When Joe arrived for her 5th year of hockey, she cheered on the first year she was ordered into Ravenclaw. One day, Joe called after Harry, who was on edge about an article written about him. Not knowing
And he was in the right place to intercept.
he got nervous. He said sorry to Joe as she returned the clothes he had dropped. She then wished
Well, we're highlighting him for a reason. He's bossing the game and giving the defenders headaches, Lee.
Well, shot after shot, he's sent goal-bound. As we can see, keeper must be really sick and tired of him. Keeps picking the ball out of the net as well.
One day, such a figure, one of the Triwizards
The first half here comes to an end.
2 days later, Joe was with her friend. When Harry asked to have a word with her in private, all her friends giggled, but she didn't. Harry asked her to dual ball in a way that was completely misunderstandable. Harry then asked
Hi, Dad.
And so the second half is underway. They took quite the thrashing in that first 45. Can they turn things around now? Rinom Hota, Puskás. Well, just couldn't keep the ball. And a goal has gone in the Bristol City match. Wonderfully weighted pass. Just couldn't capitalise there. But he took care of it defensively. Apologies to Alan McInally for having to cut him off in his pomp. To clarify, Bristol City have scored in that match. And the match is level at 1-1. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Well, I've got a word for that first half performance. Spectacular. He was absolutely brilliant. He's got his 2 goals. Let's see what he's got to offer in the second half.
Richards. Rinom Hota, Puskás. The thrills and spills of championship action. Join us for this one, live on EA TV. It's Bolton Wanderers facing Sheffield Wednesday.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. Always a great atmosphere in that stadium. It should be a really entertaining match.
Others in the vicinity. And news of a goal in the match being played at the Stoke City Stadium. Alan McInally.
It's a second goal for Stoke City. 55 minutes played. 2-1.
Thanks, Alan. Teammate in support. And he's only gone and made it a hat-trick.
Well, when he's in this sort of mood, he's absolutely unstoppable. What a performance. Well, having scored 2, he's going to get the hat-trick at some point, you feel. He's just so full of confidence, never looked like missing.
Well, let's have another view of that goal.
Well, enjoy the good days as a coach. It could be a roller coaster ride, I can tell you that.
Well, it's been such a one-sided game. You just wonder how many more they could add. Half an hour remaining. Then Yadom, Piotrowski on the ball.
From Dan and Lucy.
Well, who would dare predict the outcome of matches in the Championship? This is one to look forward to live on EA TV. It's Reading facing Queen's Park Rangers.
Yeah, that looks a great match-up, doesn't it? Looking forward to some fast-flowing football there.
And news coming through of a goal on the Sheffield Wednesday match. Alan McInally has the details.
It's a goal for Sheffield Wednesday. 64 minutes played. 1-1.
Alan McInally keeping us right up to date. Piotrowski on the ball. It might be on for them. Almost unbelievably, he's kept it out.
Well, I'm not sure how he's reached that. Just look at the stretch on that. Brilliant save.
Lucas Jow to be replaced by number 9, Sam Bulldog.
Corner kick played in. An important interception. Well, a very big transfer story that we've been covering, and now I can tell you official news coming through. Gabriel Jesus has completed his move to the Autostadt to play for Wolfsburg.
Well, Derek, a fee of around 40.
He takes aim. The goals keep going in. for them. I don't think they're going to throw this away now. Absolutely omnipotent. And we're underway again. This game very much over as a contest. Well, it's come down to the final 20 minutes here. Swift. Richards. Read it magnificently and intercepted. Swift. Richards. And they'll get ready for the throw-in. Well, they've been getting the substitute ready, and now they will make the personnel change. News coming through of a goal in the Leeds United match. Let's hear about it from Alan McInally.
It's a second goal for Leeds United. 76 minutes played. 2-0.
Cheers again, Alan. Fruitful looking attack. And threading it forward. Firing it towards goal. And this time, it's in!
As we can see, right place at the right time. Striker's instinct is to be there or thereabouts. Keeper has no chance.
Slightly different vantage point in terms of the goal that was scored. So they restart the game, and only one team in it. Puskás. Swift. And let's join Alan McInally now, because I think there's been a goal in the Sheffield United game. Alan?
It's a second goal for Sheffield United. 10 minutes remain. 2-1.
Alan McInally with his finger on the pulse. Well cleared away. And the defender takes care of business. Swift. Jordan Obita. Rinom Hota. Puskás. Baldock. Good visualisation and execution. Keeping the opposition at bay with that splendid challenge. They've decided that now is the time to go to the bench. Rinom Hota. An important interception. Looks promising, this. The referee has decided that 2 additional minutes are in order. Buckley. Slipshod passing. And the referee's whistle. That is the end of the story.
We've got some questions for you. Thanks.
doesn't know maniac. Fragile soul. Never knows how to act. Give me back. Give me that beautiness. You don't know how to say. You don't know how to act. It just goes round and round. You become maniac. What if the birds don't know how to sing anymore? What if it hurts you so? I heard this is final. What if the birds don't know how to sing anymore? What if it hurts you so? I heard this is final. Run away. No one can make you stay. Mess it up. You don't know how to stop. Get along. This is just way too strong. Baby love. You're the one, baby love. You don't know.
Well, sometimes as a footballer you have to get used to playing in a downpour. That could be the case this evening. The rain has been lashing down. Derek Ray here on the commentary box, joined as always by former England defender Lee Dixon. And the focus is very much on live action from the Championship. It's Sheffield Wednesday and they take on Bolton Wanderers.
Yeah, thanks, Derek. Should be a good game, this one. I always wanted to start the game on the front foot, fast play, force the opposition to respond. Hopefully we get that from the start of this match.
A really committed challenge, and it's gone out for a throw-in. Iorfa. Forestieri. Well, he's lost it. Here's the Sheffield Wednesday starting 11. If you like wingers, you'll love this, Lee.
Yeah, absolutely. I love to watch a winger play, especially with pace and power. The central striker will stay more or less in front of the goal. The support will be provided by the three central midfield players. The back four is pretty conventional, but the fullbacks will be asked to support from behind.
Can't miss, surely. An early goal. It is the ideal opening.
Well, it's good build-up, and there's one player standing in front of the goal, and it falls to him, and he's not going to miss from there.
So the match has restarted, 1-0 here. Bannon. Massimo Luongo has it. It did appear that they might be onto something, but not so. And news of a goal in the Nottingham Forest match. Alan McInally.
It's a goal for Nottingham Forest. 10 minutes played, 1-0.
Alan McInally with his finger on the pulse. Useful looking ball. He cuts it back, and they've only gone and applied that finishing touch. Well,
here it is again. It looks a simple goal. It gets in a position not that far out from goal, but it has to hit the target.
Have you always supported them,
and it's
or
in the
just
back of
since
the
they
net?
started winning the league?
It's
I've
going their
supported them
way.
since I was
2-0.
6. She then said bye to Harry and walked off. Hermione later rounded on Ron for being rude to Cho, and saying that she wanted to talk to Harry.
Coming up.
One morning, Cho woke up early and remembered that it was her mom's birthday. She quickly put together a letter and a parcel and went up to the alley. When she got there, she saw Harry, which made her jump, because she didn't think that anyone else would be up there that early. They awkwardly talked about the weather. They then started to discuss Quidditch, and Harry told her how Ron was trying out for the Gryffindor team, and she replied saying, "The tornado hater." Cho then told Harry that he was brave for standing up to Umbridge about Cedric's death in class. Those sarcastic slammed the door open and accused Harry of ordering dunk bombs. Cho defended him when Harry argued back. When Phil rounded on her, she fiercely shut him down. After Cho sent her package and left, he and Harry walked out together and continued to talk. Harry, Ron, and Hermione started a club where Harry would teach defense against dark arts to undermine Umbridge. They had a meeting in the Hog's Head to organize show up with her friend Marietta. Hermione had invited her to come without telling Harry until she showed up. When Cho sat down, she smiled at Harry. Her friend Marietta, however, gave him a mistrustful look, and it was clear that Cho had forced her friend to come with her. Marietta's mother worked for the Ministry of Magic, and she had forbidden Marietta to get on Umbridge's bad side. Cho's parents said the same thing, but she didn't care because she felt that she was fighting for Cedric. If they think I'm not going to fight you-know-who after what happened to Cedric. Cho was still deeply upset about Cedric's death. She cried a lot, whether it was during meals, in the bathroom, or any other place. It affected her playing Quidditch as well. She wasn't playing well at all. She was worried that she might get kicked off the team. During the meeting in the Hog's Head, everyone was naming Harry's many impressive accomplishments. Cho piped up and mentioned Harry getting through all of the tasks of the Triwizard Tournament, beating a dragon and the Murphy. She smiled at Harry as she said this, and Harry's stomach did a somersault. At the end of the meeting, Cho wrote her name down, and as did her friend Marietta, although she gave Cho a rather reproachful look as she did so. As she was leaving, she got her things rather slowly, hoping to talk to Harry, but Marietta stood there with her arms crossed, forcing her to leave without saying anything. But she did wave to him as she and Marietta walked out. After the meeting, Hermione mentioned that Cho couldn't keep her eyes off of Harry.
Cho couldn't take her eyes off him, could she?
When Cho went to the first meeting, she was very impressed by the room of requirements, the place that they would hold all of the club meetings. When Hermione said that they should set a leader, Cho immediately said that Harry was when they were picking a name for the club, Cho recommended the Defense Association and the DA for short. Ginny then said that the DA was good, but that it should stand for Dumbledore's Army instead. During the lesson, Harry walked over to Cho, who caught Marietta's sleeve on fire. It made me nervous. I was doing alright before then. Cho then brought Cedric up, but caught off looking rather confused.
Well, let's have
and
a look
awkward
at that
silence
replay.
followed.
As a defender, all the defenders in the box, you've got to be a pessimist. You've got to expect something bad to happen. It's back off the keeper, and now it's in the back of the net.
Well, as they kick off again, 2-1 the current state of affairs.
After one lesson, Cho hung back and told Marietta to leave without him. When it was just her and Harry left in the room, she started to cry. When Harry went over to see if she was alright, they started talking about Cedric.
It might be on for them. He read the situation defensively and did his job.
Cedric.
Forestieri.
He was really good.
Iorfa.
Was better. She apologized for crying and bringing up Cedric. She then told Harry that she really liked him.
Creativity in midfield is a little bit off.
Cho was struggling with her feelings for Harry and her feelings for Cedric as well.
Need to get crosses in the box.
Sad about Cedric. And therefore confused about liking Harry, guilty about keeping him.
After Christmas break, Cho and Harry made plans to go into Hogsmeade together on Valentine's Day. A few weeks later, Roger Davies, captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, asked Cho out, but she turned him down because of Harry. When Valentine's Day finally came along, Harry and Cho met in the entrance hall of the castle. On the way there, they kept catching each other's eyes and smiling, but weren't talking. The two eventually started talking about Quidditch, along with the first match that they ever played against each other. They passed a group of Slytherin girls, who made fun of them and brought up Cedric. The two went to Madame Puttyfoot's. There, they were surrounded by couples, holding hands. Roger Davies, the boy that had asked Cho out, was sitting right next to them, kissing the girl he was with. When Harry asked Cho if she wanted to meet Hermione at the Three Broomsticks, Cho got very mad. She sat in silence for a few minutes until Cho told Harry about Roger Davies asking her out. She then said that she had also gone there with Cedric the year before. Things got even worse when Cho asked Harry if Cedric mentioned her before he died. Harry awkwardly told her that there wasn't really time for that. He tried to change the subject back to Quidditch, but Cho started to cry. Harry said that they shouldn't talk about Cedric anymore, and Cho started to cry more, saying that she thought that Harry would understand. She said that she needed to talk about it, and she thought that he did too. Harry told her that he talked about it with Hermione, and Cho got mad. He talked to Hermione about it and not her. Perhaps it would be best if we just paid and you went to meet up with Hermione Granger like you obviously wanted. Everyone in the shop was watching as Cho stormed out. Harry, confused about what had just happened, met up with Hermione and was interviewed about what had really happened the night that Voldemort returned and Cedric had died. After the date, Cho ignored Harry, but when she read the article, everything changed. Cho grabbed Harry's hand while walking down the hall one day. She whispered in his ear that she was really sorry and that the interview he did was very brave. She said that it made her cry. She gave Harry a kiss on the cheek and hurried off.
Nothing beats the Irish spirit of adventure, which is why at FBD Insurance we offer great value car insurance that's made for you. If you switch to FBD Car Protect today, you can get a no-claims discount of up to 75%. Switch to FBD Car Protect today. FBD Insurance. Protection.
Well, last gasp defending, but brilliant defending.
Later that year, Cho's friend Marietta ratted out the DA to Umbridge. This made her have sneak written on her face and pimples, courtesy of Hermione adding a jinx to the list that everyone signed. Cho apologized to Harry for this, but he got mad and said that Marietta was a lovely person and the two got in a big argument. Cho then said it was mean of Hermione to jinx the list. Harry said that he thought the idea was good. Cho got mad once again. He was defending Hermione. Oh yes, I forgot. Of course it was darling Hermione's idea. Don't start crying. I wasn't going to. Yeah, well, good. I've got enough to cope with at the moment. Go and cope with it then. Cho then stormed away. She saw Hermione afterwards, which made her even more mad. Hermione noted that she looked miserable. The final match of the Quidditch season was Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. Cho was talking to Roger Davies avidly before the match. In the match, Gryffindor seeker Ginny Weasley, who replaced Harry, beat Cho to the snitch, and Cho started to cry. Ron said more out of temper than anything. After Ginny Weasley dumped Michael Corner, he ran off to comfort 4 goals in this match now. 3-1 it is. On the Hogwarts Express home, Cho and Harry made eye contact as she passed his compartment, and she blushed as she walked by.
And the advantage accrues to the attacking side.
Express, heading back to Hogwarts. Cho saw Harry walking down the train and darted into her compartment to avoid him. She pretended to be in a deep conversation with her friend Marietta. Harry and Cho did not
making sure nothing untoward happened.
Harry described the relationship.
Well, who would dare predict the outcome of matches in the Championship? This is one to look forward to live on EA TV. It's Sheffield Wednesday facing... Oh, surely! It really is such a free-scoring performance. Just nothing the defenders can do about it.
Doing so much better than when we drew the last game, first game of the season.
Well, look at this, Derek. Sometimes the opposition are all set up perfectly for you to dribble through them. It's almost like he's playing FIFA. He goes through and puts the ball in the back of the net. It's brilliant.
Cho would eventually break up with Michael Corner sometime after the battle. She would go on to live a happy life, marrying a mother. Cho was Harry's first love interest and helped him learn a lot about
it has been one-sided, but they deserve the plaudits for the fact that they've kept going and going.
She went through a lot of trauma and was confused for a very long time.
The thrills and spills of Championship action. Join us for this one, live on EA TV. It's Bolton Wanderers against Charlton Athletic.
Yeah, I'm predicting a cracker there. Both teams will have a real go at each other, I'm sure.
Thanks so much for watching, guys.
Moving the ball forward with purpose.
Make sure to hit that subscribe button to help grow the channel.
It's a perfect challenge.
Links are in the description. Look out for new videos.
We wondered if this deal was going to be done. In fact, and fed forwards. Will he find the net? And it's there for him. Volley, but
I tried to be spectacular.
It's so difficult to get that on target. He so nearly did. Well, just listen to this. You can really sense the frustration around the stadium. They've been poor today, far below their usual standards. They're just allowing their opponents too much time on the ball. They have to press more.
Simply because it was her way of putting herself into this incredible world that she had created.
Well, Hermione, you really are the brightest witch of your age I've ever met.
Hermione is one of my personal favorite characters, and many of yours as well, as I have had more requests to make a video
about thinking to dispossess his opponents.
Because Hermione is one of the 3 main characters, there's a lot to go over.
Room to maneuver on the wing.
Consider this to be a video about the trio, as well as Ron and Hermione's relationship. So sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Looking to set the table here. Lost possession.
Hermione was born to Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Both of her parents were muggles, and both were dentists.
As clean as a whistle, that challenge.
Partly to prove how smart and clever
Breaking at pace.
the name deriving from Shakespeare, but also because they knew
Looked
that
like
their daughter
open road
was
for
going to
them,
be unique
but
and
up a
special.
dead end.
They wanted a name that would reflect them. The family offered their trips to the Forest of Dean, where they went camping.
Massimo
They also went to
Luongo has
Shaftesbury
it.
Avenue, where they would go to the theater pretty often. Hermione had a room on the first floor of their house. She often had weird things happen around her that no one could explain.
Iorfa has the ball. On the ball, Luongo. And moving the ball nicely. Crossing opportunity. Tremendous intuition. To win it back, read it magnificently and intercepted. Well, the clearance half-hearted. Looks promising, this. Not fantastic defending. Let's see if it helps the opposition. Fruitful looking attack. Might be a chance here. Oh, the crossbar is still reverberating.
Well, I still can't believe that didn't go in. He was so unlucky not to score there, Derek. Cracking effort.
An important interception. Inside the last quarter of an hour. Gomez. Superbly read and executed. And given away. He's going forward well here. Smuggled away. Splendid tackle and a throw-in coming up. What can he do from here? A glorious chance.
Nice.
And you cannot argue with that.
Well, he's tearing this defence apart. They can't cope with him.
Well, we're underway again, and this game was finished as a contest a long time ago. And news of a goal in the Nottingham Forest match. Alan McInally.
It's a second goal for Nottingham Forest. 7 minutes remain. 2-0.
Thanks as ever for the update, Alan.
Ref.
Moving forward. Can he put it away?
Yeah.
And surely there's no way they can let this slip now.
Performing well now again.
It's a massive lead.
Probably matches against Man United and
losing it now. Sam Hutchinson on the ball. And very deftly cut out. It's opening up for them. The electronic board has been held aloft. 2 additional minutes here. Ball lost. Beautifully timed. They have elected to go to the bench at this stage of the game.
Number 10, Barry Bannon, to be replaced by number 5, Kieran Reid.
And now it is truly fun.
He attended local school for many years and was a very bright student. One day, a Hogwarts staff member, most likely Professor McGonagall.
And they've only gone and applied that finishing touch. In full control of the ball here. Not fantastic defending. Let's see if it helps the opposition. And up for and in it goes. Can he put it away? And the goal is his. They lead.
McGonagall visited Hermione and her family at their house and explained that Hermione was a witch selected by the Quill of Acceptance and the Book of Admittance. 2 objects.
Just a minute of your time.
Name as soon as they show their first signs of magic. Both the book and the Quill have to agree that they have enough magic in them to become a fully fledged witch or wizard. But the weird things that Hermione would make happen occurred. She was using magic, and the book and Quill realized that she was capable of becoming a witch. Most students just got a letter sent to them asking them
That'll
to
be
come
all, thank you.
But because Hermione was a muggle, and neither she nor her parents knew about the wizarding world, she had someone explain it to her in person. When Professor McGonagall, who was most likely the one that visited her, showed up at her house, she told them all about the wizarding world, Hogwarts, and explained Hermione's powers. McGonagall told her family how to get to Diagon Alley, and later the family went to get school supplies. This was the first glimpse of the wizarding world that Hermione had ever gotten. She bought the books that she needed for class, as well as a few others. A wand from Ollivander's, robes, and other school supplies. Hermione read all of the books that she had gotten, both for her classes and other books she had picked up to learn more about the wizarding world. She learned all of the spell books by heart, and even managed to perform a few simple spells, something that is very unheard of, as most need instruction and a lot of time to be able to channel their magic. From a young age, it was clear that Hermione was a very powerful witch. On the train ride to Hogwarts, she met Neville Longbottom, who asked her to help him find his toad. While she was looking, she met Ron and Harry. When it was time to be sorted, the sorting hat seriously considered putting her in Ravenclaw, the house known to have the most intelligent students. But the hat thought that her bravery, a trait that Gryffindors had, was more significant than her intelligence. Hermione was a very gifted student and always outshined her classmates.
Oh, well done. See here, everyone. Miss Grace has done it.
She did, however, struggle with her flying lesson, unable to make her broom come to her hand, as it was supposed to, but merely roll over on the ground. Hermione strictly followed the rules. When she overheard Ron and Harry talking about sneaking out to duel Malfoy, she stepped in. You mustn't go wandering around the school at night. Think of the points you'll lose for Gryffindor if you're caught. Hermione almost told Ron's brother Percy, who was a prefect on them, but she decided to confront them before they left. She followed them out of the portrait hall, which closed behind them, forcing her to go with them. It turned out to be a setup by Malfoy, and they ran to the forbidden corridor, where they came face to face with Fluffy, a 3-headed dog. After the incident, Hermione was the only one that realized that the dog was guarding a trap door.
It was standing on a trap door, because it wasn't there by accident. It's guarding.
One day, Hermione overheard Ron making fun of her.
She's a nightmare. Honestly, no wonder she's got friends.
She bumped into Harry and went into the bathroom, where she cried all day. She told her body that she wanted to be left alone, and she didn't go to the Halloween feast. During the feast, a troll was led into the school, and Ron and Harry realized that Hermione didn't know about it, and that she was in danger. They went to find her. The three ended up facing the troll and knocking it out. When it fell, there was a loud bang that shook the floor, which alerted the professors where they were. When the professors arrived, Hermione did something that neither Ron nor Harry saw coming. She told a lie to the teacher.
It's my fault that he's vulnerable. I was looking for trouble. If Harry and Ron hadn't come and found me, I'd probably be dead.
Hermione taking the blame for them changed her relationship with Ron and Harry. From that moment on, Hermione Granger became their friend. Hermione was a great friend to the two of them. She helped them with their homework, although she never let them copy, and was always there for them. One day, Hermione thought that Snape was jinxing Harry's broom during a Quidditch match, so she snuffed behind him and caught his robes on fire, which ended up freeing Harry from the jinx as it distracted Professor Quirrell, who was really the one jinxing the broom. The trio eventually became very interested in what the three-headed dog Fluffy was guarding, when Hagrid let slip that Nicholas Flamel had something to do with it. The three researched tirelessly, trying to find out what he was involved with. Hermione eventually remembered a book that she had checked out weeks before.
I checked it out weeks ago. The bit of like reading. This blood.
In the book, she discovered that the thing Fluffy was guarding was the Philosopher's Stone. Later that year, Hagrid got a dragon, and it became more than he could handle. They devised a plan where Hermione and Harry would take the dragon to the top tower of the castle, give it to Charlie Weasley's friends who worked with dragons. Hermione and Harry succeeded in getting the dragon out. They were caught out of bed at night and lost their house 50 points each. They became some of the most hated people in the school after that. No one would speak to Hermione, and she stopped drawing attention to herself in class. Getting caught also led to them getting detention in the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. When the trio realized that the Philosopher's Stone was in danger from Voldemort, they decided to tail the man that they thought was after them, Professor Snape. They decided that Hermione was the one that should keep watch on them. The reasoning being that if she got caught, she could just pretend to be worried about her final exam with Professor Flitwick. When Snape came out and asked her what she was doing, she told him that she was waiting for Professor Flitwick. Snape went in to get Flitwick, and Hermione lost sight of him. Hearing that Snape got away, Harry said that he was going down the trap door, and Hermione and Ron refused to let him go alone. When Harry said that they would be expelled if they were caught, Hermione said, "Not if I can help it. Flitwick told me in secret that I got 112% on his exam. They're not throwing me out after that." She then went to read her books before they went, in case there was something useful.
Hi everybody, a lovely day for football here. Welcome to you. I'm Martin Tyler, Alan Smith alongside me, and our action today comes from the Championship in England. Bolton Wanderers against Charlton Athletic.
Yeah, thanks Martin. Looking forward to this. We've got some really good players out there, and importantly we've got some match winners, some goal scorers down on that pitch. And I don't think we'll be disappointed.
Let's have a look at the way Bolton Wanderers are going to play today with these players. Joe Hart starts in goal. Ethan Ampadu starts alongside Axel Tuanzebe at the back. And just one up front for them today. Promising forward play from them again. Good position for the cross. Opportunity to take the lead. That was a puff out your cheeks moment, and phew, got away with it. Could be his game today, the way he's been playing recently.
He's got to be full of confidence. He was banging them in for fun in his last game.
They can spread the play now, can go in from here. Oh, chance!
No! 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 We're not. We're already behind.
So the first goal, it's 1-0. Now, can he take them on?
I'm not losing to losers, Charlton.
To a wide man who's got room. Gomez. To get the equaliser. He's had a go here.
Yes! McDonald!
It's a terrific response from the team that went behind, and they're level. It is level. Both sides have scored here now. Matthews. Gomez. No reason to stop the game for the referee then, and he's read the play well. Goal news coming in for you from the Preston North End game from Alan McInally.
It's a goal for Bristol City. 19 minutes played, 1-0.
Thanks, Alan.
Hermione went through her first defense against our guards class with Gilderoy Lachlan. She got a perfect score on a quiz that was all
Pierce.
about stuff.
Matthews cut out the pass. Guiding the pass through. Darting infield now. And that will clear the danger. Excellent attacking play here. They could open up the opposition now. Well, he clears the danger. Not a good pass at all. So easy in possession. There's been a goal at Villa Park, Alan McInally.
It's a goal for Aston Villa. 29 minutes played, 1-0.
That's Alan McInally keeping us bang up to date. Looking to create an opening. Some players arriving in the middle now. Gallagher. Tries to shot here. Shot blocked here. Well, here's a
I'm
chance
getting another goal.
to get their noses in front from the corner. Corner's taken. Defender did well to get to it, but hasn't really finished the job. Only partially cleared, so there's still some problems for them. Couldn't keep it. Good support running on either side. Dangerous looking attack, but nothing came of it in the end. And the referee says that's a free kick. Gomez. Well, now they've got the ball, what are they going to do with it? Careless there. Good vision here. In front of goal. He is a saviour there. And that will be a throw.
She'll be able to go back in time, be able to take all of the courses
Still got a bit to do, but this is promising. Can he score? Put them in front. He has come to the rescue this time. Surely, truly outstanding save.
No wonder he's getting a standing ovation for that.
They've gone short with the corner. Put the ball into the middle. Dangerous.
Fuck sake!
It's a fine, well-worked goal.
Fine, well worked. No,
Well
I thought I was winning for a second.
very well drilled. They've been the better side. They've played with great panache up to this point. And that goal really sums up the way they have been playing. Excellent.
There will be a minimum of 2 minutes.
2 minutes left. That's added time. Encouraging play from this team now. Keeping the ball. Well, he has got a chance to get the cross in. To Gallagher. Possession is the name of the game for this team.
I am not doing well in this game.
Gravity to get to that one.
Full stretch. He was heading for the corner, that one.
He's put in the corner. Well, this is half-time. That's the whistle.
Marty left her first and smacked him across the face with all of her strength. She then took out her wand. Don't you dare call Haggard pathetic.
Change of ends, and the second half is underway. Well, they are in the lead and they are on the ball, but in their own half at the moment. Cuts it out nicely.
Later that term, Hermione dropped divination, which Trelawney said
Matthews.
remember meeting a student whose mind was so
Pierce.
Later, Freya went down to Hagrid to a lovely demonstration. After the fact, they discovered something about the green flag, Remus Lupin, and Scabbers, aka Peter Pettigrew, and how Peter was guilty, while Sirius was innocent. Everything went
I think that's a good performance, isn't it, Alan, from him in the first half?
Well, his manager will be delighted with him after that first
Burst.
half. That late goal tilted the balance. We're in a good position now.
That's out of danger there with that clearance.
Harry and Hermione threw Buffy and used it to get Sirius out. We sent Sirius off with Buffy, saving and creating goals. Hermione once again had all over his hands.
Lovely ball. Well, it's come to nothing in the end. Throw in to come. Looking for goal now. No way.
Thank God I took a deflection because I didn't think I was going to do it too well.
In goes the corner. And it's a straightforward save.
Yeah, that was picking cherries. He saved that 100 times out of 100.
Alan McInally with a goal to tell us about from Aston Villa's game.
It's a goal for Sheffield United. 57 minutes played. 1-1.
Great to have Alan McInally out and about for us. And he's brought us right up to date again there. He's gone in to get it. And boy, did he get it. What about Charlton Athletics next game?
They're playing Queen's Park Rangers in their next match in the Championship. And
must be a goal! They blocked it then with this goal advantage. They've now got a corner.
Not again, no, not again.
Will they get the cross in from this short corner? Takes the shot on. It's a top effort really, but it's just too high.
Maybe next time that kind of effort will be on target.
Getting the right kind of player is always a problem, even for a side like Manchester United. They do believe in this transfer they have got the right kind of player.
£30 million, not unreasonable for this sort of talent, so they've done well. Should be an interesting first few weeks.
A chance for the
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Come on, we can get one more goal.
A turning point this could be in the game.
Not just when it mattered, he kept his composure there and he's given his team hope.
The away team want to make a change.
This is a message for Tyler Berry. That's Tyler Berry. Can you please make yourself known to the nearest steward? Thank you.
And that's given away possession. And the offside stops the play. Flag went up. Referee.
Asked the Dobby. Vicky said that she was ashamed of being free, as all house elves should. Hermione then said the crowd should be the ones ashamed, which deeply offended Vicky. When Hermione said that Dobby was an example and role model for three elves, that others should strive to become. All of the elves in the kitchen scouted both Hermione and Dobby. That year,
well, Alan, here's the substitution now.
Well, he took that chance away really clinically to put his team on level terms.
Bulgarian speaker Hermione watched play at the Quidditch World Cup. He took an interest in Hermione because of her intelligence, unconventional beauty, and because she didn't hound him for autographs the way other girls did. She followed her around the grounds, mostly in the library, because that's where she spent most of her time. Hermione was annoyed at this, because he brought with him stickering girls that disrupted the peace of the library. Harry was also chosen as a champion for the tournament, and Hermione was the only one that believed that he didn't put his name in the Goblet of Fire. She accepted his story without question, even when Ron didn't. Hermione's life became a lot harder, as she had to go back and forth between Ron and Harry. One day, when Harry and Hermione showed up in Potion, Malfoy and Harry started going at it. They each took out their wands, and Malfoy spelled ricochet toward Hermione, and their front teeth began to grow at an alarming rate. When Snape arrived, and Ron told him what had happened, Snape looked at Hermione and said, "I see." Hermione lit up a window, her eyes filled with Hermione didn't see
Politics.
being put back to normal.
We'll see if they can move on now and get the win.
Another premiere, told Hermione to tell her.
Well, their team's not been at its best, but there's still a chance here for a late winner. They're certainly making enough noise.
She noted that her parents would improve, as they were definitely
Read the play well to intercept.
Rita Skeeter wrote an article about Harry. She incorporated a part that
Proper defending under some pressure.
Hermione helped Harry prepare for the first pass of the Triwizard Tournament. She helped him master the summoning spell. This way he could call his broomstick and get past the dragon. Harry got top marks in the pass thanks to Hermione's help.
Well, they've shown him the inside.
Which made Hermione's life much easier.
Here's an opportunity. It's a strange miss, that one, Alan, because he looked as though he was going for accuracy. It was totally inaccurate in the end.
Precision was nowhere to be seen there.
Some goal news for you, and it comes from the Brentford game. Alan McAnally.
It's a goal for Brentford.
Politics.
75 minutes. 1-0.
We're back here again.
I didn't even know it was politics.
Gallagher. Maybe took his eye off the ball. He's got some room out there.
Next to Trump. She didn't look like Hermione at all. Her hair was no longer bushy.
Gives it away straight to the opposition.
Twisted into an elegant knot in the back of her head. She was smiling nervously, and the reduction of the size in her teeth was more noticeable than ever. The whole room was not only in shock that Crumb had chosen her as a date, but also
Successful
how
tackle.
beautiful Hermione was. She had a great time at the ball, talking and dancing with Victor all night. The end of the ball, however, wasn't that great.
Now, can he take them on?
Ron pulled her off. She got into the champions had to retrieve
Well, the
the
clock's
thing
showing 9 minutes left to play.
For Crumb, that was Hermione. After he rescued her and brought her to the surface, he said that he had never felt this way about any other girl. He invited
Plenty
her
of
to
width
visit him in
for
Bulgaria
the
over
team to
summer.
attack
Rita
into.
Skeeter wrote an article and quoted this conversation.
Chance to
Made
get
her
it
out
into the
to be
middle
bad
thanks to
guy.
the referee
Broke
playing the
Harry's heart.
advantage.
She got a lot of hate mail from this, one of which squirted liquid on her that made her hands erupt with large yellow boils.
Cross
Hermione, now
blocked
angry,
by the
decided to
first
figure out
defender.
how Rita Skeeter was able to hear that conversation with the current victim. One day, she saw a beetle on the windowsill in the hospital room. She noticed that it had marks
They are moving
around
the
her
ball
eyes,
well
just
here.
like Rita Skeeter's glasses. She captured her and put her in a glass jar. She put an unbreakable charm on her, which she couldn't transport back to the room. She told Rita that she would release her when she got off the train. She said that if she didn't keep her
Looking
clothes
a
to
problem
herself,
until the
she would
clearance
reveal her
was
secret
made.
that she was an unregistered animation.
Chance to cross it. Can't put them in front here.
Well, they got away with it in the end.
After the death,
Well, the clock is ticking on. 2 minutes of play left.
Hermione, along with Ron, were there for Harry as he dealt with the trauma of seeing.
Well picked off by the defender there for what could have been a potentially match-winning pass in these circumstances.
No.
Rushing across to take the corner. Not much time left. Looking for a winner. All about picking the right pass now as he cuts it back.
No! After winning 2 good games.
Dumbledore's aligned to fight Voldemort in his Death Eater. Dumbledore refused to allow Hermione
Well, there
and
is the
Ron
final whistle,
to contact
and it's
Harry.
Got all some of that scrap of news.
God damn it.
Harry arrived and found out
Oh well.
that he was
I can keep up this swarm, it'll be alright, just once I'm not losing.
dead. Before the start of term, Hermione found out that she was made a prefect, along with Ron. While at Hogwarts, Hermione continued
Just a
to
couple of
push
questions for you.
SPCW, but was much less intense than the previous year. She started knitting clothes that she put around the common room, hoping that a house of cleaning would pick it up and be free. The clothes were disappearing every night, and she got excited. But it turned out that Dobby was the one taking all of the clothes, and was now the only one cleaning the common room. Their new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher,
No
Dolores
further questions,
Umbridge,
thanks.
a ministry agent who was working directly for Fudge, told the students that they didn't need to learn the actual spells, but just the theories of them. She didn't allow them to use wands in class.
Oh, I'm in
Instead,
top
she made them
6.
read the books. Hermione, knowing that they were in real danger now that Voldemort had returned, arranged a meeting to start a club. This club involved Harry teaching students real defense against the dark arts, behind Umbridge's back. They called it Dumbledore's Army. The lessons went very well, and brought all of the kids in the club together. During one lesson, Hermione learned to make a proper Patronus, and she discovered that it took the form of an otter. Hermione gave each member a coin that she had put a complicated
Reject.
spell on to communicate with everyone. The coin would tell them when and where
We are not allowing him to go
Ron
yet.
remained in contact with Victor Crumb, and one night wrote a very long letter to him that Ron described as a novel. After that, Ron didn't say anything, but looked disgruntled. Harry and the Weasleys left the school abruptly, leaving Hermione behind. This was because Mr. Weasley was attacked by Voldemort's snake Nagini. Hermione went home for Christmas holiday and was supposed to go skiing with her parents, but failed at the last minute, saying that skiing wasn't for her. Her parents were disappointed, but they understood. She took the night bus, number 12
Blown offer.
and spent Christmas there. When they arrived back at school, Hermione
Maybe.
Harry, Luna Lovegood, and Rita Skeeter. Hermione blackmailed
I need them
Skeeter with her
for this season.
unregistered animation. She had Rita write an article where Harry explained what had happened the night Spencer died and Voldemort returned. And she asked Luna if they could feature the article in her dad's magazine, The Quibbler. The article was a huge success, and many people who didn't believe Harry before now believed him. Later that year, Dumbledore's army was compromised because a member of the club named Marietta had ratted them out to Umbridge. Marietta regretted this immediately because Hermione had jinxed the paper that everyone signed to make anyone who snitched on them have the word sneak written on their face in pencil. Marietta had those symbols for many, many years, as they could not find a counter curse to fix it, no matter how hard they tried, showing just how powerful Hermione's jinxing ability is. Fifth years were required to take ALD exams, and Hermione took a whopping 10, while most people only took around 7. She got the top grade, outstanding, in 9 of them. She got the second highest grade, exceeds expectations, in Defense Against the Dark Arts, which she was very disappointed about. Harry got a vision of Sirius being tortured in the Department of Mystery, and he was desperate to save him. Hermione suggested that they contact Sirius before they make their move to make sure that it's not a trap. Ginny and Luna kept watch as Ron lured Umbridge away, and Harry and Hermione went to Umbridge's office to call Sirius using her fireplace. Unfortunately, they were all caught by Malfoy and the rest of Umbridge's Inquisitorial squad. When Umbridge was about to use the Cruciatus Curse on Harry, Hermione yelled and came up with a lie that lured Umbridge into the Forbidden Forest. There, Umbridge was carried away by a herd of centaurs. They met up with the others, who had escaped from the Inquisitorial squad, courtesy of Ron, which impressed Hermione.
Clever, Ron. That's been long time.
They all rode Thestral to the Ministry of Magic. When they got there, Hermione had turned out to be right. It was a trap. They were confronted by multiple Death Eaters, including Bellatrix Lestrange and Lucius Malfoy. They fought back, and a battle started. Hermione stunned one of the Death Eaters to free Harry from his grip. She stunned another Death Eater and silenced Dolohov before he could alert the other Death Eaters to the group's location. Dolohov then hit her with a spell that injured her pretty badly. Luckily, after the battle, she made a full recovery. She spent most of the following summer at her parents' house, but at the end of the summer, she stayed at the Weasleys. When Harry got there, he told Hermione and Ron that Dumbledore was giving him lessons, and that Dumbledore said to confide in the two of them.
It's a great day
Hermione
for
was
football in this
invited
lovely
to the new
stadium.
potion professor,
I'm
Boris
Martin Tyler.
Ludwig,
Sitting alongside me is Alan Smith. Our football is from the EFL Championship in England. Bristol City against Bolton Wanderers.
Should be a good one. A lot of talk about the tactics these two managers are likely to employ. Beforehand, we'll soon find out.
This subsequently made Ron get the position of keeper of Gryffindor. Ron was
Throw-in coming up.
Both Hermione and Harry had gotten invites to the Slughorn.
Never quite as simple as you think to throw the ball to one of your
Hermione
teammates.
asked them to Slughorn's Christmas party. Later on, however,
For Bristol City, this is their lineup.
she told him that Hermione was
It's a variation on a theme, really, isn't it? What we're saying is, instead of a back three, he's going to have a back five, and those wide wing backs, as we would call them, are going to be more defensive. I think he's a bit fearful of the opposition.
Does look that way, doesn't it? I know he likes to try and convince us that those full-backs are going to be raiding forward, but if they're under the cosh, I think they'll just sit there nice and tight to the three centre-halves.
Well, the visiting team have been really entertaining us.
That was just a terrible
attacking football, and actually they're the top scorers in the league so far.
We always should.
Maybe they'd fancy themselves to grab one or two here, the form that the strikers have been in.
Let's have a look at the way Bolton Wanderers are going to play today with these players. Joe Hart starts in goal. Axel Tuanzebe starts alongside Ethan Ampadu in defence, and they'll play with a sole striker. This game really is a chance for him to express himself.
He has been lethal in front of goal so far. You expect his confidence to be sky high out there. If he carries on like this, he's going to break the league goal-scoring record.
He could take them on here. Chance to get the ball in the box.
Hart, you useless!
And he's dealt with it. That dangerous moment.
Joe, you are...
And Smith.
Ron looked forward to Hermione's visit to the hospital and pretended to be asleep whenever Lavender...
Could be a cross here. It could be dangerous.
Ron began ignoring Lavender, and she began to
should really deliver from this position. The defender in the way. Alan McAnally is at Nottingham Forest today, and he's got news of a goal. Alan.
It's a goal for Middlesbrough. 70 minutes played, 1-1.
Great to have Alan McAnally out and about for us, and he's brought us right up to date again there. And the ball's got away from him.
Another achievement Hermione had that year was learning non-verbal magic, and as always, she was the first in her class to do so. At the end of
An opportunity here, with some space to work the ball into.
Harry made Hermione, Ron, and James pick the remaining liquid
Got the ball back in his own penalty area, though.
Were watching Snape's office when Professor Flitwick came running down the hall, saying his Death Eaters and Ghosts of the castle. Flitwick went to Snape's office, and Hermione and Snape went to the club. Snape came out, told him to
and Smith
passed out. Snape then went to kill Dumbledore right after. Afterward, Hermione felt awful. She was crying. She said, "I was so stupid, Harry. Oh, it's so obvious now. Snape must have stupefied Flitwick. We didn't realize. We just let Snape go." Lupin told her that it wasn't her fault. He said that had she not obeyed, he probably would have killed her and Luna as well.
Very good physicality from him to shield the ball.
Harry told them both, not to
Robbie Brady.
Happy birthday to Nathan. Hermione and Ron celebrating his birthday today from Darren and Lucy.
Before she left school, she summoned books about Horcruxes in Dumbledore's office.
Andreas
Learn more
Weimann.
about them.
He's got some room out there.
That summer, Hermione, knowing that she was going on a date,
Clever feet there to go inside his man.
make sure they were
He's
safe.
blocked that well.
Modify their parents' memories. Make them think that their names
Bolton get the ball
Wendell
back.
and Monica Wilson,
Worked hard for
and
that.
their life ambition was to move to Australia, which they had now done. This would make it much harder for Voldemort and his Death Eaters
Callas.
to track them. She made them think that they didn't have a daughter, so that if they did find them, they wouldn't be able to interrogate them about her or Harry, who she had told them quite a lot
Gomez.
about. Doing this also ensured that if she
Still
died
got a
on the
bit-
mission,
here's a
they wouldn't know
chance.
that they had a daughter. They would continue to live by having a life.
Well, it was a
Hermione
bit
talked about
desperate,
this with Ron and
but
Harry.
what a good
He had to
challenge.
try.
I have to beat Bristol.
Hermione also withdrew all of her savings in case they needed Muggle money. On top of that, she put an extension saw
Gomez.
in one of her bags and packed everything that they would
Saw
need
it coming,
in case they
cut
needed
it
to
out,
make a
good
quick
work.
escape. Hermione was part of the team to extract Harry from the Dursleys. She and 6 others used Polyjuice
Excellent
potions
tackle,
to become
and the
Harry,
result
so that
is
the
a
Death
throw.
Eaters would not know which one was the real Harry. She flew with Kingsley Shacklebolt on the Thestral. They were
Tomasz
followed by
Kallas.
5 Death Eaters. They injured 2 of them and might have killed another. Halfway through the
And
chase,
Smith.
they saw Voldemort, but he vanished pretty quickly once he realized that Hermione wasn't the real Harry. Hermione hugged Harry as soon as she got back, but she was worried when she found out that
Tomasz
Ron hadn't
Kallas.
returned yet. When he finally
It's
did,
right.
she gave him an even bigger hug. Hermione stole the Polyjuice potion that Mad-Eye had made right under Mrs. Weasley's nose in case they needed it for their mission. The new Minister for Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour, arrived at the Burrow to deal with Dumbledore's will. Dumbledore left Hermione a
So
copy
easy
of
in
a children's
possession.
book called The Tale of the Beetles of
Strong,
Autumn.
fair
Bill
challenge,
was
pulls out
wedded.
for a throw,
She
though.
saw Pickle Crumb. When Ron saw the two together,
Could get the
quickly
ball into
asked
the
her
box
if she wanted
now.
to dance, which made Hermione very
Well, they
happy.
look promising
Crumb
there
then
in that
asked
wide
to
area, but
Harry
the defender's
if they
done
were
well.
together, and Harry replied saying,
And it's Hart who makes a simple stop.
Seems as if neither side really wants to commit here. The longer it goes on, though, you'd expect that to change.
They're looking good when they attack.
While they were in London, Hermione unknowingly
They've got it away from the danger.
said Voldemort's name. This was set up by the Ministry and the Snatchers, knowing that anyone that said his name was most likely
Excellent
a
challenge.
and an ally of Harry. 2 Death Eaters showed up, and a fight unfolded until the Death Eaters were beaten. Hermione modified their memories so that they wouldn't remember seeing Ron to ensure the safety of his family. The 3 of them went to number 12 Grimmauld Place. During their stay there, Ron and Hermione fell asleep holding hands. While they were sleeping, their hands released, and when they woke up, their hands were resting next to each other. While they were
Now,
there,
can he take them on?
discovered that the Lords
Very good
were
attack,
the locket
broken up in the end
They
by
formed
good
a plan
defensive
to
play.
break into the Ministry, using the
We've
Polyjuice
got 2
potion
added
Hermione
minutes,
stole.
that's been
Make
signalled now.
themselves Ministry.
I'm not enjoying this because they have 5 at the back.
Sat through unfair trials with her as she incriminated innocent Muggleborns. Harry attacked Umbridge as their Polyjuice potion began to fade away.
Now
slowing
they're
their
looking to
cover.
get forward
Hermione
from this
grabbed the
position.
locket off of Umbridge, and they freed a ton of Muggleborns the Ministry had incriminated and told them to flee the country. After they met up with Ron, they fled the Ministry to go back to Grimmauld Place. But a Death Eater named Yaxley grabbed onto Hermione's arm, and they were forced to leave them at Grimmauld Place and disapparate into the woods. They were never
Look at
able to
this.
go back to Grimmauld Place, as it had been compromised.
I knew once you'd seen where we were.
Referee just checking everything is in order.
They
And
camped
he
out
blows
and
for
took
the
turns
second half
holding
to
the
start.
locket. The locket greatly affected Ron and made him jealous and angry. One night, this led to a big fight, and he decided to leave.
Can't
He asked
keep the
Hermione
ball at the
what she
moment.
wanted to do, and not wanting to abandon Harry, she decided to stay.
Hunt.
I get it.
Andreas Weimann. Excellent interception.
Hermione screamed after him, trying to get him to come back, but it was no
Well, let's hear from Alan McAnally, who's covering the Nottingham Forest game for us today. And I believe has a goal to bring us up to speed with. Alan.
It's a second goal for Middlesbrough. 49 minutes played. 2-1.
Interesting news again from Alan McAnally. Thanks, Alan.
There they stopped at the graveyard to see where Harry's parents were buried. Hermione added flowers to the grave in respect and comforted Harry. The two wanted to fulfill the backshot now.
Taking on the defenders.
Must take the lead here. Harry was bitten by the snake and passed out. Hermione took herself and Harry's passed out body to the forest of Dean.
Terrific tackle.
While they stayed there, Harry arrived back with Ron with him. Ron explained how he had found them.
How about Bolton's next game?
They're playing Swansea City in the next match in the Championship. And I don't know really what the score's going to be here. I don't think there's going to be much between them.
Right here. He was going to take
He wants to run at them with the ball. It's good to see. Saw the direction of the pass. We can hear about a goal at the Liberty Stadium. Alan McAnally.
It's a goal for Preston North End. 56 minutes played. 1-0.
Thanks, Alan.
The Death Eaters came to the house. Hermione very smartly made sure
The
that
fans have been thrilled. You can sense it on their social media sites. Real Madrid have got their man. It's official.
Well, considering figures that are bandied about these days, about 35 million isn't bad going. What plans his manager's got for him.
She locked the others up.
Room for the cross. And that's drifted straight out of play. That attempted cross is a goal kick. And it's been an hour of very good football here. We've still got 30 more minutes to go, and I'm sure we're going to enjoy that as well.
Dobby then rescued them and took them to Bill and Claire's house, where he died from a knife.
Certainly playing well enough to get their noses in front here. He's intercepted at just the right time for his team.
The trio realized that they had to break into Gringotts. They devised a plan at Bill and
He will be furious with himself for such a poor pass.
Hermione used Polly's potion to take the form of Bellatrix.
Here's an opportunity, maybe.
They successfully got in and found the Horcrux.
That's even better.
Yes!
Hit the post and got in.
Gomez on fire in this game.
Just touched in off the post. Goalkeeper absolutely beaten. No, it's a wonderful strike. Really crisp effort.
Ron went down to the Chamber of Secrets. He got back to his bag to destroy the remaining Horcrux.
Bolton Wanderers with the lead.
Think of this idea and to be able to speak Harper from to get inside. They had gotten to Gringotts. After that, the trio were in the room of requirement.
They read the opponent's mind and got the ball.
We've forgotten something.
As you can see, the visitors trailing in the possession stakes, but they won't mind that one bit because they've got their noses in front, and it's been a brilliant performance so far. I'm sure the manager on the sideline will be absolutely delighted.
Ron kissed her so passionately, he lifted Hermione off her feet. Later, they faced Malfoy and his cronies. Hermione narrowly dodged killing
Gomez.
and stunned Gordon.
Oh, listen to the atmosphere in here. The fans.
Excellent vision. Well, it's actually hit the frame of the goal, but how he hasn't scored from there with such power.
This didn't seem to be
Technically I did, it was just because I was offside.
Well, the losing team have got to do something, and this is it, the substitution. Gomez. He's confident with the ball at his feet, isn't he? Is this the moment? Well, they have cleared the danger. It was a decent...
Jenny and Luna until Mrs. Weasley took over and killed her. Harry then revealed himself to be alive and defeated Voldemort. Hermione and Ron were the first ones to reach him and hug him after the fight was finally over. After everything
An opportunity,
down,
I think.
Hermione went to Australia to find her parents.
Well, they're still leading, and they've decided to go for a fresh player in the hope of hanging on to that lead.
Even though Ron and Harry did not. Hermione and Ron's relationship continued to blossom, and eventually the two got married. They had 2 children named Rose.
Giving the ball away now.
Hermione was also made the godmother of Harry and Ginny's son, James. Because of her heroism, Hermione was featured on a chocolate rock card that represents famous witches and
Stopping the pass getting through with good piece of anticipation.
Regulation and control of magical creatures. She continued to work with SPL.
Now, can he take them on?
The rights of underprivileged non-humans, such as house elves and any other creatures. She later went on to
nodded back into the middle. Great interception.
As deputy head, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. They work together to eradicate any laws that were in favor of...
They've lost the ball.
While some consider the cursed child to be canon and others don't, I feel that I have to add...
They're doing well here in their search for this equaliser. He's overhit it, really. There was a chance to get a player in then. And the goalkeeper can take charge now.
Her amazing intelligence, her badass skills, how kind she is to everyone around her, or the way that
now
she
out of the wing.
Stands up for what's important to her. She is the full package. One of the best parts.
They can finish them off here.
Whoa, that was a great save.
For the goalkeeper, it would have been 2.
Well, maybe they'll get a bit of belief late on in this game after such a fantastic stop.
An important time for this manager here, trying to manage the situation and keep the lead, and making this substitution with that game management in mind.
Look out for more great videos on the web.
Went for it.
Yeah, timed it perfectly.
Definition of a dynamic character is a character that undergoes significant change over the course of the story. Neville Longbottom's character is the embodiment of this definition. He goes through a huge transformation, starting from a bumbling, nerdy young wizard who can't do anything right, to a full-fledged hero. In this video, I'm going to go over that transformation as I explain the life of Neville Longbottom.
Throw it. Well, it's going to be a substitution now. That's an important clearance.
Neville was born at the end of July to pureblood wizards Frank and Alice Longbottom, both of whom were Aurors, or Dark Wizard catchers, and both of whom were in the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's allegiance to fight Voldemort and the Death Eaters. According to the Will of Acceptance and the Book of Admittance, the two things that record the first uses of magic in a child. Neville displayed his first bit of magic right after he was born, when he made his blanket shift. When Neville was born, he was part of a prophecy that had to do with himself, Lord Voldemort, and Harry Potter. Both Harry and Neville were eligible for the prophecy, because as the prophecy said, both of their parents defied Voldemort 3 times. This was easy, as both sets of parents were the Order of the Phoenix, who did nothing but fight and defy him. And also, both boys were born at the end of July. The prophecy ended up not being about Neville, however, as Voldemort chose to mark Harry as a sequel, which set the prophecy in stone. But Neville came very close to having his destiny aligned with Voldemort's. When Voldemort went to mark Harry as an equal, Voldemort was defeated, and his followers were rounded up. 4 followers, however, Bellatrix, Rodolphus, and Sebastian Lestrange, along with Barty Crouch Jr., all evaded capture from the Ministry for some time. They eventually went after Frank and Alice Longbottom, hoping to get information out of them on the whereabouts of their fallen master. They tortured Alice and Frank severely with the Cruciatus Curse, or the Torture Curse. They did this for hours, and throughout those many hours, the couple was tortured into insanity, and were never the same again. They didn't know who they were, what was going on, and weren't even able to recognize their own son.
Frank and Alice Longbottom, Neville's parents. They suffered a fate.
Just got a couple of questions for you regarding the match.
The 4 Death Eaters were eventually caught and sentenced to life in Azkaban, but that didn't make up for what they had done. The Longbottoms were deemed incapable to function in society, and were placed in the permanent ward at St. Mungo's Hospital, the hospital for wizards. Because of this, Neville was taken in by his grandparents. Shortly after he was taken in, Neville watched his grandfather die right in front of him, allowing Neville to be able to see Thestrals, creatures that can only be seen by people who have witnessed death. For most of his life, it was just him and his grandmother, and she was a stern and formidable woman. After raising her son Frank Longbottom, he was a very gifted wizard from a young age. Raising Neville was very different, as he was not as talented as his father while growing up. He's a good boy, but he hasn't got his father's talent, I'm afraid to say. Neville was often told by his grandmother that he wasn't living up to his family name. She often got worried that Neville didn't possess any magical ability, and might actually be a squib. She of course did not know about the blanket moving right after he was born, as no one actually saw that happen. His grandmother thinking and saying those things about Neville might have had a huge impact on why he had such low self-esteem as a young boy. When he got older, Neville was described as having a round face and was an accident-prone boy with the worst memory of anyone Harry had ever met. His grandmother never let him near a broomstick because she was worried her accident-prone grandson would get hurt. Because he was so forgetful, his grandmother sent him a remembrall.
When this man turns bad, it means you've forgotten something. The only problem is, I can't remember what I've forgotten.
Sometime in Neville's early life, he was sent a howling by his
Kai Havertz to... Oh,
man. He tried to
man.
ignore it, which made it scream even louder. Neville was very late at showing his magical powers, and his family sometimes tried to push him to force his magic to come out. Once his great uncle dropped him off Blackpool Pier, which failed, and Neville almost drowned. When Neville finally did show his magical abilities, he was 8, and his great uncle was holding him out the window by his feet. And when he got distracted by dessert, he let Neville go, and the fall should have killed him, but he was cushioned when he hit the ground and bounced. His grandmother was so happy that she cried, and his great uncle was so pleased that he bought Neville a toad that he named Trevor. Neville eventually got his Hogwarts letter, and his grandmother gave him his father's wand. When he and his grandmother arrived on platform 9 3/4, Neville lost his toad, Trevor. He met a girl named Hermione Granger, who agreed to help him find him.
Let me just go through my thing.
He was in tears trying to find him. While he was looking, he met Harry and Ron as well. He and the other first years were taking the boats to Hogwarts Castle. Hagrid found Neville's toad. Boy, who there? What's your toad?
I try and find a pen. Pencil. So I'm gonna go through who I have now.
Choice that at the time might not have seemed like the right choice, but it was definitely the right decision, considering Neville would become over 7 years old. After he was sorted, Neville ran across the Great Hall with the hat still on his head, and to jog back.
Pardue,
Neville had a rough start at
3.6 million.
His first potions lesson, he melted Seamus's culture, and was drenched
That's all who I've bought.
He moaned in pain, and angry red boils sprang up all over his body. During his first flying lesson,
I know I got
off too early, fell up
Parrot for 1 million.
Malfoy put the leg ockers curse on him, and he was humiliated as he hopped over to Hermione, knew the counter curse, and was
Brady. Free.
Harry said to him, "You're worth 12 with Malfoy. The Sorting Hat put you in Gryffindor, didn't it?" At the next Quidditch match, Neville
I think it was 800k.
When Harry and Hermione went to give Hagrid's dragon
And
to Charlie Weasley's friends,
Heart.
they got word that Malfoy was planning to get
Free.
them caught. It left the common room during restricted hours to try and save Harry and Hermione, but was caught by Professor McGonagall. It doesn't take a genius to work it out. You fed Draco Malfoy some cock and bull story about a dragon, trying to get him out of bed and into trouble. I've already caught him. I suppose you think it's funny that Longbottom here heard the story and believed it too? Harry caught Neville's eye and tried to tell him without words that this wasn't true, because Neville was looking stunned and hurt. Poor blundering Neville. Harry knew it must have cost him to try and find them in the dark to warn them. They were all given
Some
detention.
big one there.
50 points taken away from Gryffindor. After that, Neville didn't sleep for hours and sobbed into his pillow. For their detention, they went into the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. Neville sent him Sparks to cry for
Okay,
help.
we'll have a little look at the top transfers. Havertz, Cruz, Pereira, Donnarumma, Tal, Lindelof, Alba, Jesus, Stones, Richarlison, okay.
Trouble again. I'll fight you.
Diaz, 83 rated, that's not bad for a 23. Rugani, 83. Witzel, it should be 85, and he costs less.
With the House Cup that year.
Cliffy Anderson, 84. Barker, usually 84, and he goes for so little. Wijnaldum, Golovin, never heard of him. I want to see what his name is.
During his second year,
Bentancur.
his bad luck continued. He was raised in the air and put on the chandelier by Pickles.
Zapata Teles, Loftus Cheese, going for 30 million.
Bully Neville in class. When he told him that when he
Zillion.
was making his shrinking potion, he would feed it to his toad Trevor. And so far, the potion had turned orange when it was supposed to turn green. Hermione whispered in his ear to help make it correctly, so that when Trevor
Okay, let's see who we got in there.
even outside his potion class,
Oh, I got an award for Manager of the Month, yay!
not to trust Neville with anything difficult. Lupin shot back at Snape and had Neville assist them with
Deadline day that much. Let's see how we're doing here.
Neville faced
It's
a
a potential
creature that
92,
turned into
that's
his prey's
great.
biggest fear. For Neville, that was Professor Snape. Lupin then assisted him in beating that creature by putting his grandmother's clothes on it. Third year was the first year students were allowed to go to Hogsmeade, the town next to Hogwarts, and Neville's grandmother sent the permission form ahead of time. Please, Professor, I think I've lost. Your grandmother sent yours to me directly.
Northern Ireland.
Seemed to think it was safe.
Back
Neville
off.
had trouble remembering the passwords to get into Gryffindor's common room, so he wrote a list of the week's passwords on a piece of paper and ended up losing it.
He could
Sirius
be
Black,
future.
who at the time was thought to be a murderer after Harry, ended up finding the list and getting into Gryffindor Tower.
He had a reason that on a little piece of paper.
This very foolish person wrote down the passwords and then proceeded to lose them. Is it always going to be you?
Professor McGonagall was so mad at him that she gave him detention, banned him from all future Hogsmeade trips, and forbid anyone to give him the password into the tower. He was forced to wait outside the common room every night.
This will be a big game.
His grandmother also sent him a howler that he received during breakfast,
Wait.
and he tried to run for it while
Someone
many
injured?
people laughed at him. It ended up bursting out in the entrance hall.
Oh no!
By 100 in volume, told him that he had brought
This is a big L.
During holidays, Neville went with his grandmother to visit his parents in St. Mungo's. Every time he goes there, they do not recognize him, which we can infer must be very tough on Neville. During his 4th year, they learned about the 3 unforgivable curses. They thought that Mad-Eye Moody was the professor, when in fact it was actually Barty Crouch Jr. disguised as Moody. When he asked if anyone knew any of the curses, Neville raised his hand.
There's the Cruciatus.
Your name's Longbottom. Neville nodded. Moody was looking very intently at Neville, this time with both eyes. Little did Neville know, he was looking into the eyes of one of the people responsible for
This is going to be a tough game. If I can get a draw, it'll be great. Because I'm losing. I don't have.
Never be able to recognize him. He was staring into the eyes of a man who took what could have been a very happy life away from him. As he performed the Cruciatus curse on the spider, Neville's hands clenched upon the desk in front of him, his knuckles white, his eyes wide and horrified. Neville was not okay after the lesson. He was seen staring at a wall, while everyone saw the spider being tortured. All Neville could see was his parents writhing and thrashing, a sight that he never wanted to think about. Then the very man that was responsible for that vision tapped him on the shoulder and invited him to tea. He actually cheered Neville up when he told him that Professor Sprout thought he was very good at herbology, which gave Neville a sense of pride, something quite rare to see in Neville. He also gave him a bunch of herbology books that he thought he might enjoy.
Well, here he is, the top scorer in the league, the main feature of our match today, and it's live.
The two had a great time, even though Neville kept stepping on Jimmy's feet while they were dancing. The following summer, his great uncle gave him a plant for his
Great
birthday,
stadium,
called him
lovely evening, great to have you with us. Welcome. Martin Tyler here along with Alan Smith. We have football today from the Championship in England. Bolton Wanderers against Swansea City.
Yeah, thanks Martin. Looking forward to it. I think we're going to have an entertaining tussle here. I think we'll find that out in the first 10 minutes, how these teams approach the task.
My Grant always said, you know who would come back one day. She says if Dumbledore says he's back, he's back.
Made a quick interception.
Of St. Mungo's patients, whose brains were addled by magic.
Let's have a look at the way Bolton Wanderers are going to play today with these players. Joe Hart starts in goal. Axel Tuanzebe starts alongside Ethan Ampadu in defence. And they're going to go with one striker up front.
Defense against the dark arts in secret, taught by Harry. Neville was one of the first.
This is Swansea City's team for you today. I think that back four is really important for them. They've got to be strong and solid, but they've got a bit of protection, haven't they?
They have. They should have more than enough.
It's offside. That's what the assistant has said.
Well, when he looks back on that, I think he might be a bit disappointed because the striker seemed to time his run really well.
Well, we've got an angle on this offside call, and I must say, it is the most difficult thing in all the officiating, I think. But this assistant has got eagle eyes.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to do that job because...
Oh, thank God, I was going to go mad.
Oh, I'm not sure he's got that one right, you know. I think he was on.
He's going to goal at Villa Park, Alan McInerney.
It's a goal for Aston Villa. 8 minutes played, 1-0.
We're back here again, thanks to Alan McInerney. The team that's hosting the match today have quite an incentive to go for the victory, and it's quite possible that if they do win this match here, and the results elsewhere work out as they would want them to be, they could end the day at the top of the table.
You're right, it's early days, Martin, but they've started the season really well. They'll certainly want to continue that here today.
Well, they needed a new goalkeeper, and here he is.
Yeah, it's obviously a position of big responsibility. And this lad, I think, is capable of filling the role.
Good support running either side.
Three of the Death Eaters that
the lead is here for the taking. It's set to score.
Talk about agility. That is magnificent.
The news of his parents' attackers escaping had brought a strange.
There's been a goal scored at Villa Park, Alan McInerney.
It's a goal for Derby County. 16 minutes played, 1-1.
Great to have Alan McInerney out and about for us. And he's put us right up to date again there.
So fast, it was quite unnerving.
Bolton Wanderers, how well they played in their previous game to win away against Bristol City.
Yeah, and plenty to admire in that 1-0. Mind you, they're going to get another victory. I think it'll be a draw.
They were confronted by Death Eaters.
Well, they are moving the ball well here. Can go in from here.
That's another box to be avenged.
Eventually, a fight broke out. Neville disarmed the Death Eaters and was struggling with Harry. Accidentally disarmed Harry as well. Another one of the Death Eaters broke Neville's nose, and the wand that was once his father's. Harry is one-on-one with another Death Eater. Neville came to his aid with Hermione's wand. And when he was unable to pronounce spells correctly, he play well to intercept. He jabbed the Death Eater in the eye with Hermione's wand, forcing him to release Harry. Harry refused to hand over the prophecy to Bellatrix.
Goal at Fratton Park, and it's Alan McInally to tell us about it.
It's a goal for Sheffield United. 23 minutes played, 1-1.
Even while
Thanks,
being
Alan.
tortured and possibly under the
Difficult for the defender against the player who wants to take him on like this.
He still told Harry not to hand the prophecy over. The Order of the Phoenix then arrived, and in the chaos, Neville dropped and smashed the prophecy. It had to do with him, Harry, and Voldemort. Although he never knew this was about him.
Play on the break
the battle
now.
ended. Dumbledore arrived, and Neville and the others were
lazy in
taken back to
possession.
school, where his nose was fixed by Madame
Well, they want to play from the
That
back, and
summer,
he's
his
doing
grandmother
just that.
purchased him a new wand.
How to
Neville
play
thought his
for
grandmother
a
was
truck.
angry about what had happened due to all the publicity, but she was instead pleased. Said that Neville was starting to live up to his dad at long last.
Now he's switched
He
the point of
returned to
attack
school.
here.
He was disappointed to hear that they were not.
This is where the
continuing
space is at the
Dumbledore's
moment, on the
When
flanks.
Neville was selecting courses and was going with his grandmother's wishes. Professor McGonagall said, "It's high time your grandmother learned to be proud of the grandson she's got."
He's done
rather
well
than
to
the
block
one she
that.
thinks she ought to
Intercepted
have.
here.
Particularly after what happened at the Ministry. Neville participated in the Battle of the Astronomy Tower, where
He
Death
wants to
Eaters
run at
entered
them with the
the
ball. It's
He,
good to
Ginny,
see.
and Ron stood
In the
guard
Fulham
outside
game,
the
there's
room of
news of a
requirement,
goal.
waiting
Alan
for Malfoy.
McInally.
But
It's
he
a goal
evaded
for
them by
Fulham.
using instant
29
darkness
minutes
powers.
played,
Neville tried to
1-0.
go after the
Well, many
Death
thanks,
Eaters.
Alan
One of them had
McInally,
blocked the
keeping
snares
us up
with
to
the
date
curse,
as
which
usual.
sent Neville flying backwards. He was in the hospital wing for a while, but was released in time to go to Dumbledore's funeral. Luna helped him into his seat.
Nothing wrong
While
with
Harry,
the
Ron, and
industry of the
Hermione
team.
went
A
off
little
to
bit of
find
inspiration
Voldemort's
lacking,
Horcruxes.
but they
Neville,
need
along
to
with
get their
Ginny and
noses
Luna,
in front.
returned to Hogwarts.
Does he want to cross it now? He could.
To fight Snape, the new headmaster, and the Carrot
Looked
Siblings,
really
two
threatening.
new Death
In
Eater
the end,
professors.
it was a bit of a damp squib because
They
no
wrote
one
on the
could
wall,
connect with the cross.
Dumbledore's army still recruiting. Neville came into his own this year and stepped up when he was needed
Whipped in
most.
from the
He
wide
protected
area.
other students.
Defender did well to get to it, but hasn't really finished the job.
It helps when people stand up to them. It gives everyone hope. I used to notice that when you did it, Harry. Neville, Luna, and
Keeping
Ginny
the ball
tried
so
to steal
important,
the
they haven't
sword of
done it.
Gryffindor from Snape's office, but were caught in the act and forced to go to detention in the Forbidden Forest, which might not have been as bad
He's got
as
it in
most
behind the
thought,
defenders
as the
for the
three
attack
were
of the
very
chase.
close to Hagrid, who took
That was
them.
tight.
Neville was eventually on
Keeper
his own
had to
running
be brave
Dumbledore's
to get
army.
there.
As Luna was
Let's
captured
hear
by
about a
Death
goal at
Eaters,
Fratton
and the
Park
train
from
ride
Alan
home for
McInally.
Christmas holiday.
It's the second
Ginny was
goal for
forced to go into
Sheffield
hiding with her
United.
family. When
39
the
minutes
Carrots put
played,
together that
2-1.
Neville was
Great
the
to have
ringleader,
Alan
they sent
McInally
Death
out and
Eaters
about
after
for
his
us,
grandmother
and
to
he's
get him
brought
to
us
stop
right up to
rebelling.
date again
The Death
there.
Eaters, however, underestimated her. It sent only one person
Jake
who
Bidwell.
ended up at St. Mungo's and was there for over a week. She then wrote to Neville and said that she was proud of him, that he was finally his parents' son. She told him to keep it up. After his grandmother got away, they no longer had
Peterson.
leverage on Neville, and they were either going to kill him
Now
or
he wants
send him
to take them
Azkaban.
off.
So he disappeared by
Excellent
staying in the
tackle.
room of
The
requirement,
result is a
evading the
throw.
Carrows who were chasing him. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrived at Hogsmeade, Neville met them and took them to the castle through a tunnel made by the Room of Requirement. Neville sent the word out that Harry was back, and everyone started to
Now
come
they've
to
got a free
Hogwarts.
kick here.
While preparing for the imminent battle,
I think he'd love to shoot, but he can't from this angle. Gotta get a good ball into the box.
When the battle unfolded, Neville brought Venomous Tentacula, and it engulfed Neville
That was an easy one.
helped gather the injured
works,
and dead
really,
to the ground.
to read the
Before Harry went
intention
to
of the
forest
pass.
to give his life, he told Neville to kill Voldemort's snake in case something happened to Ron and Hermione. Harry then assured Neville that he wasn't giving himself up. And Neville grabbed his wrist and said,
Out to a
"We're all
wide
going to
man,
keep
he's
fighting,
got
Harry.
room."
You know that." Voldemort brought Harry's supposed dead body back to the castle. When he said that Harry tried
There's
to
the
escape to
cutback.
save himself,
The big hit is a hit again. They go in front
but he was knocked
with
down.
their
Voldemort
attacking
threw his
prowess.
wand away.
No one's
You're
surprised
good,
here.
aren't you, Muppet?
It's just a matter of who's going to score the goals.
You're
You
in
know
the
they
race.
are going to score.
You're
They've got so
stop.
many different
You'll make
ways
very
of
valuable
breaking down the opposition.
I'll join you when hell freezes over.
Well, it's a good
Dumbledore's
finish.
army.
They've had one or
Very
two
well.
opportunities,
That's
but
your choice.
not quite as
Voldemort
clean
raised
cut
his
as this
wand.
one.
Bucks the Phoenix
Bolton
dropped
Wanderers
the sorting hat
with the
in front of
lead.
them. Voldemort forced the sorting hat on Neville's
That's
head.
half-time.
Neville broke
Signaled
free of
by
his
the
body by giant curse.
1-0 the half-time score.
From the sword he had. Cut the snake's head off. The fight then resumed, and Neville and Ron brought down the werewolf and Greyback. Eventually the battle came to an end, and And in the aftermath, Neville was sitting in the Great Hall with the
set
sword next to him,
for the second
surrounded
half.
by a knot of fervent admirers. Following the war, Neville worked as an orator, just like his parents. Eventually, however, he decided to follow his true passion, which was herbology, and became the Hogwarts herbology professor under headmistress McGonagall, a professor who always believed in him. He showed off his DA coin
Keeping
to
the ball
students,
well under
the coin
some
that they
pressure.
used to send secret
Good to see
messages
this, the
one
referee
another back in
using
his
the
conference
advantage
room.
rule.
He and the other DA members
Bolton Wanderers
his badges
concede
of
the free
honor.
kick.
He stayed close with
Well,
all his
decisive
friends.
refereeing here.
Was close
He
with their
reached for the
kids.
card
He probably
straight
came to
away
Hogwarts.
at that offence.
Neville was made
Well,
the
you could argue
godfather
he's
of
been a bit
Harry's second
harsh
son,
there. Maybe
Albus Potter.
another
Neville
ref
stayed in
would have
contact
just
with
had a
his
word
classmate
instead
and
of booking
former
him.
DA member, Hannah Abbott, and
The
eventually
visitors
two got
having lots
married.
of the ball
Neville's
do
journey
think they've
throughout
got
the
to
series is
find
something
another
very
gear or
fascinating.
two.
The Sorting
Has
Hat always
been
knew
too
that
slow.
inside the nerdy,
They've been
clumsy, and
hesitant.
forgetful boy
Certainly
was a
haven't
great
created
hero
enough
waiting to
chances
shine.
anywhere near
There
enough.
was no mistake that he was put into Gryffindor, as he is one of the bravest and most
Just take a note of this EA Sports coverage of the EFL Championship fixture for Bolton Wanderers. They'll be facing Norwich City away from home.
Yeah, it's got a good feel about it.
Good vision here. Checking infield from the wide area.
Parents would be very proud to call their son.
The build-up is patient. Good football between these two. Nice passing. Grimes. Jake Bidwell.
You don't realise without your good players how...
What about Swansea City in their next game?
So I see why you don't get good players anymore in the Championship, because they just go.
I think this could be pretty easy for them.
Dementors are one of the most original creatures featured in Harry Potter.
We already didn't get relegated, I get the face now. No!
That is an amazing save at full stretch.
Well, that looked a certain goal. Can't believe he's kept it out.
And in it goes. Good defending at the front post, but not such a good corner.
Politic, politic,
Well, I think they can nick
politic.
it from him, but I don't think they can.
Well, you don't have to play.
Well, it is the hot topic at the moment. The confirmed news that Real Madrid have signed the player they've been targeting.
Yeah, about 75 million. That is a really
Let's start
positive
with what
move.
they are
I
and
think
what
it's
they're
vital that he settles
Dementors have
down
human-like
quickly at
bodies,
his new club.
10 feet tall, and are covered in a
Trying
dark
to find an
footed
opportunity.
cloak. Creatures suck all light
That's an
and
excellent
happiness
cross.
from the air. They make anyone
Well,
present
it looked a
extremely
chance.
cold and depressed.
Defended rather tamely as a goal kick.
As though all the happiness
At Villa Park for us today, Alan McAnally with
They are
news of a
genderless
goal.
and don't
It's
mate.
another
What
goal
they do
for Aston Villa.
reproduce. They
62
grow like
minutes,
fungus
please.
where there's
4-1.
decay.
Well, many
Basically
thanks,
cloning
Alan
themselves.
McAnally,
In order
keeping
to
us up to
survive,
date as
they feed
usual.
off positive emotions from human beings.
Bit of
leaving
space to
their
go
victims
forward into with the
nothing but
ball.
darkness. When they do this, they
That's
force
something
their
for him to
victims
chase.
relive their worst memories and bring forward their darkest and most triggering.
Well, there's going to be an alteration now, and with the team trailing, you can understand why he's going to make it.
The more Dementors there are, the worse these effects get. They're only able to feed and sense on human emotions, meaning that they can't do that with animals. They travel by gliding a few feet
This
above
does
the
look
ground,
promising.
which makes sneaking up on their victims very easy, as they are silent as they are. The only people that are able to see these creatures are wizards. Muggles and even scubs are unable to see them. However, they can still sense their presence, as well as be attacked by them, just like wizards and
Peterson.
witches.
They
Under
can
their
be
hood,
quick
Dementors
on the
have
break
rotting
now.
gray skin, empty eye sockets, and a gaping hole where their mouth should be. Because they have no eyes, the creatures are blind. However, they can see by
Peterson.
sensing people's fears, sadness, or any other dark emotions. They use the hole in their face to suck the
Now
soul
they're
out of
looking
its
to get
victim.
forward from this
is
position.
called the Dementor's kiss.
Gone on one possession
When they
back
do
with that
this,
tackle.
it leaves the victim as an empty shell.
Just a
alive,
quick check
but
on the
completely
clock, and there are
and
20 minutes to go.
The conversation that Lupin and Harry had really explains how dark and serious this process is. What? They kill? Oh no. Much worse.
It goes out
You
wide
can
again.
exist without your soul, but you'll have no sense of self anymore. No memory. No anything.
Keeping the
There's no
ball,
chance at all
looking
of
for an
recovery.
opening.
You'll just exist. An empty shell.
Well,
Your
it will
soul
be
is
a
gone
throw-in.
forever. Lost. As of the events of Prisoner of Azkaban, no one knew what the face of a Dementor looked like. This was because anyone that had seen them take their hoods down had gotten the Dementor's kiss, meaning that they couldn't tell others what they looked like.
Maybe
as
the
they were now
cross.
pretty much gone, just an empty shell, unable to share what they had seen. But
Well,
we
he's
had
won the
never
ball in
actually
his own
seen
penalty
or
area.
heard
Got to deal with it
Dementors
now.
speak during the series.
Getting the
They
ball
are
back
able
and
to.
thinking
This
attack
fact
straight
is
away.
based on one line said by Mr.
Well, here's an opportunity with the
Dark
ball over the
buds
top.
that Black's been talking in his sleep for a while. Always the same words. He said Hogwarts. This means they were able to tell Buzz the exact words he said, meaning that they can speak with him.
Goal at Fratton Park. And it's Alan McInally to tell us about it.
It's a third goal for Sheffield United. 76 minutes played. 3-1.
Eagle eyes, as always, from Alan McInally.
The charm is powered by happy memories of the first capacity. Happy memories.
Looking down at the Swansea bench, there's going to be a substitute brought on. Well, this is fascinating, and the crowd are loving the drama that we're watching here. Just a one-goal limit in favour of the home team.
Yeah, careful that they don't start celebrating too quickly and that the players feel they've won the game before they actually have.
And to do so is normally considered a mark.
We've got 8 more minutes of the 90. Good interception. Jake Bidwell. Alan McInally with a goal to tell us about from Aston Villa's game.
It's another goal for Aston Villa. 7 minutes remain. 5-1.
Top work, Alan. We're back here now with Alan Smith.
Well, that is the only thing that
this could bring them level. Comes out. That's the goalkeeper. Good reading of the play, anticipating the pass.
By the presence of Dementors. Eat. This is only a short term
okay.
however. In excess of chocolate.
Well, there won't be many more chances like this one.
Certainly not for...
Now let's go over their origin and history. The first place that they were discovered was on an island, somewhere in the North Sea during the 15th century. They were in a fortress that would later be known as Azkaban Prison. Dementors infested the entire fortress, and they shared it with one other person, a wizard named...
From that kind of distance,
he was crazy.
Almost under the crossbar, and he's made a real mess of it.
Not knowing exactly how the Dementors
Three changes.
but I think it's very possible that Stephen was the one that created it. This theory makes
Able to
sense,
intercept it.
as he's a very powerful wizard who was very knowledgeable about dark magic, meaning that he could conjure something like this during his many years alone on the island.
Pressing was gone up for 2 minutes.
The fact that the creatures don't affect them the way that they affect others leads me to believe that he was their creator, which is also why they don't go after him or give him the Dementors kill.
Paul.
Now that was my theory, so now I'm going to go back to the facts.
Real promise about that build-up until that challenge.
Tiny island the fortress was on, and used the Dementors to go after him. A sport he very much
And that
after
is the end. It's all over.
Well,
it's been about quality.
The ministry discovered the fortress, along with the Dementors. They sent ministry workers to investigate. When they got there, they were heavily affected by the Dementors and refused to talk about what they had seen. The very walls of the fortress gave off misery and pain. Because of this, many people thought that it was an evil place that should be destroyed. Others argued not to do this because they were scared of what the Dementors would do, and they took their home. They feared
Just a couple of questions for you.
which would not go well for witches and wizards, as Dementors are impossible to kill. He eventually decided to leave the Dementors and the fortress alone. Many years later, Democles Roll became Minister for Magic, and he decided to use the fortress as a new prison and make the Dementors be the guards. The Dementors obeyed the ministry because they were given constant souls to feed on, which is really all that they wanted. The prison thrived with no breakouts and no security breaches for many, many years. Azkaban, however, was a living hell. Most prisoners went insane, and those that died, the Dementors buried them in the graveyards they had made on the island. Their perfect track record was broken 3 centuries later. Barty Crouch Jr. escaped. He switched places with his dying.
One more second.
Didn't notice the difference because one dying person went in and one dying person came out. It's also possible they just didn't care about the switch as long as they had a soul to feed on. Many years later, they caught Barty Crouch Jr. and the Dementors performed the Dementor's kiss on him. The second person to get by the Dementors was Sirius Black. He turned into a dog, which was his animagus form, and walked past them with no problem. As I said earlier, Dementors aren't able to sense animals the way they are for humans, which is why it was so easy for Sirius to walk out. The Dementors went on a manhunt to find Black. First they boarded the train to Hogwarts, where Harry Potter was deeply affected by them. The Dementors went to Hogwarts, but Dumbledore refused to let them on the grounds. He did, however, allow them to be on the outside of the grounds. They spent most of their time searching in Hogsmeade, the town next to Hogwarts. This annoyed shop owners, including Madame Rosmerta, the owner of the 3 broomsticks.
Rosmerta, my dear, I hope business is good. It'd be a lot better if the ministry wasn't sending Dementors into my pub every other night.
One day, the fury of Dumbledore, they came on the grounds and onto the Quidditch pitch. There they made Harry pass out and fall off of his broom.
The Dementors aren't supposed to come inside the grounds. Dumbledore was furious.
Later that year, a whole army of Dementors found Sirius, along with Harry and Hermione, by the end
I hope these loans get them up, because if not, they're going to be sold.
They later found out that it was cast by Harry. The summer before Harry's 6th year at Hogwarts, Dementors sent by Dolores Umbridge went after him and Dudley. Because Dudley was a Muggle, he couldn't see them. He still felt
Buckley will slowly be gone.
Harry ended up saving both of them, using his Patronus to drive them off. A few months later, the Dementors joined Voldemort and rebelled against the Ministry. Voldemort offered the Dementors many more souls to feed on, and souls that were considerably
Our best player.
trained most of the prisoners in Azkaban. So getting fresh souls was very intriguing for them. Once they joined Voldemort and stopped guarding the prison, there were 2 mass Death Eater breakouts. Once Voldemort took over the Ministry, he started using Dementors in the actual Ministry of Magic, specifically in the courtroom.
Because I don't mind selling him.
Harry, Ron, and Hermione infiltrated the Ministry. They released the Dementors from the courtroom.
Because we also have Robbie Brady.
Voldemort also had them in Hogsmeade, another place the trio came into contact with them.
I'll try and get him for an extra year, maybe. Because he's been doing well.
When the Battle of Hogwarts started, they fought alongside Voldemort and his Death Eaters. During the battle, the trio faced the Dementors, and they were so caught up in the greed.
But that's going to be the end of this one. 4 hour stream, that's grand enough. I'll talk to you guys later.
Welcome the fate of the Dementors kit. Luckily, Seamus Finnegan